Switch off your mobile phone on the silent room kindly.
معلش يعني عايزين الناس اللي هي الناس اللي ما بتقدرش تفكر نقف ناس 10 ثواني 30 ثانية عشان بعد السلام الجمهوري اه هتقول للناس اللي هو وبعد كده تكريم للناس اللي ماتت في الاستفيد بتاع دكتور سينا. مش حضرتك الانجليزي احسن مني.
احنا في انتظار دكتور صقر ودكتور جينا، مش كده؟ Dear guests, I would like to have a minute of silence for the victims of the earthquake of Syria and Turkey yesterday. So please sustain up. Thank you. Please be seated. Professor Dr. Hussein Darwish, acting President of the National Research Center, Professor Dr. Mahmoud Sar, President of Academy of Scientific Research and Technology, Ms. Lorena Moore, Head of Science Department, German Embassy, on behalf of Dr. Frank Hartmann, German Ambassador in Cairo, Dr. Domenico De Martinis, Scientific Attaché, Embassy of Italy in Egypt, Professor Dr. Shashti Hara, President of the International Union of Biological Sciences, Professor Dr. Ashraf Abedi, on behalf of Professor Dr. Ashraf Mansour, Chairman of the Board of Trustees, German University in Cairo, Dr. Thomas Haas, Deputy Secretary General of Alexander Van Humboldt Foundation, and Professor Dr. Mu'min Hanafi, Chairman of Cairo Science Forum. Dear Alexander Van Humboldt alumni, dear distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, everyone. In the occasion of organizing the second edition of Cairo Science Forum, I would like to welcome you all. This event is organized under the patronage of Professor Dr. Hussein Darwish, acting President of the National Research Center, and Professor Mahmoud Saqr, President of Academy of Scientific Research and Technology, in collaboration with Alexander Van Humboldt Foundation, International Union of Biological Science, and Humboldt Alumni Association in Egypt. The forum is organizing to address key factors influencing the climate change. The forum will discuss the following topics: Climate change and its impact on biodiversity and natural resources, biodiversity research, data, and role of academia, linking climate action and biodiversity, biodiversity and human health and well-being, genetic resources conservation, vaccine development and manufacturing, biotechnology and gene engineering, science and research diplomacy, artificial intelligence for climate change risk. We are really looking forward to hearing the valuable contributions of our esteemed participants. Now, we would like to start up the opening ceremony of the Cairo Science Forum by hearing the national anthem. Now, I give the floor to Professor Dr. Mu'min Said Hanafi, the forum chairman, to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of the organizing committee of the forum. Please, Dr. Mu'min.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Professor Dr. Hussein Darwish, Acting President of National Research Center. Professor Dr. Gina El-Fiki, on behalf of Professor Sakr, President of Academy of Scientific Research and Technology. Ms. Lorena Moore, Head of Science Department, German Embassy, on behalf of Dr. Frank Hartmann, German Ambassador in Cairo. Dr. Domenico De Martins, Scientific Attaché, Embassy of Italy to Cairo. Dr. Shashidera, President of International Union of Biological Science, IUPS. Professor Dr. Ashraf Abadi, on behalf of Professor Dr. Ashraf Mansour, Chairman of the Board of Trustees, German University in Cairo. Dr. Thomas Hesse, Deputy Secretary General of Alexander von Humboldt Foundation. Dear colleagues, fellow alumni of Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, and special guests. It is my pleasure to welcome all to the second edition of Cairo Science Forum, entitled Science and Research Diplomacy for Climate Action and Sustainable Future in the Pandemic and Post-Pandemic Era at National Research Center, Cairo. The aim of the forum is to shed light on the collaboration in the field of scientific research, science and research diplomacy for climate action and sustainable future, with a special focus on the scientific collaboration between Germany and Egypt. We anticipate inspiring exchanges between colleagues from all over the world and from all biological subdisciplines and beyond, in order to promote biological research across these disciplines. We also hope to communicate insight derived from biological research to a broad audience, especially in relation to many challenges facing humankind today. Climate change remains one of the most significant challenges for the world, especially for the developing countries. It threatens to disrupt the development achieved over the last decades and could potentially reduce their capacity to attain the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations by 2030. Therefore, action is required to bolster the developing countries' capacity to respond to the consequences of the climate change on agriculture, production, biodiversity, as well as the human health and well-being. On the other hand, the global coronavirus pandemic changes the world and disrupted the global scientific activity and resulting in lower production in a number of fields and programs. The forum offers prominent researchers, Humboldtians, and junior science from all over the world, especially in the Middle East and North Africa, MENA region, and European, a platform to exchange information, explore areas of possible cooperation, and to develop proposals to resolve the existing common problems. The forum includes keynote speaker sessions and poster short talk session. On the last day of the forum, a panel discussion will be held under title Science and Research Diplomacy to Promote and Strengthen International Cooperation, which role for research organization now and in the future. To discuss this hot topic. Moreover, the forum intends to encourage participation of young scientists and to promote the presentation of outstanding papers submitted by young PhD holders or PhD students. For this reason, a number of young scientists have been sponsored, and their admission fees have been waived. Moreover, the forum program includes a junior science competition for oral poster presentation, open to PhD students and junior postdocs, with award certificate and cash prize. This forum would not be possible without the generous support of the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, International Union of Biological Science, Academy of Scientific Research and Technology, along with National Research Center. I wish also to offer my thanks to the fellow alumni of Alexander von Humboldt Foundation Association in Egypt for their sincere support during the preparation of the colleague. Finally, we wish you a fruitful and enjoyable forum and hope that you will use this opportunity to discuss and network with other professionals in order to leave the forum with new contacts, ideas, and inspiration. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mu'min. The talk now is for Dr. Thomas Haas, Deputy Secretary General of Alexander von Humboldt Foundation.
Thank you so much. So, dear Professor Hanafi, Excellencies, distinguished partners and guests, dear Humboldtians, on behalf of the Humboldt Foundation, I would like to welcome all participants and guests of this Humboldt colleague. And my special thanks go to Professor Hanafi for his initiative and his openness to organize this Humboldt colleague on a most important topic. The Humboldt Foundation, with funding of the Federal Foreign Office, supports Humboldt colleagues all over the world. Humboldt colleagues allow researchers to discuss different scientific topics, often from an interdisciplinary perspective. Moreover, Humboldt colleagues enhance networking between researchers who are already part of the Humboldt network and those who wish to become members, particularly the younger generation, as well as other academics and researchers, including those from Germany. Bringing researchers together is part of the Humboldt Foundation's mission. We are enhancing the international scientific and scholarly exchange between Germany and abroad. With our sponsorship programs, in particular with our Humboldt Research Fellowship program, we enable researchers from all over the world to spend extended research stays in Germany. After the return to their home countries, we go on supporting our Humboldtians with a wide range of alumni sponsorship programs and instruments. Alumni sponsorship allows Humboldtians to keep close contacts with their German colleagues and to further extend their scientific networks in Germany. And this is what the motto of the Humboldt Foundation tells you, and you know this motto, once a Humboldtian, always a Humboldtian. To date, more than 30,000 Humboldtians are working in more than 140 countries. Together with their academic partners in Germany, they form the large Humboldt network, often also called the Humboldt family, and that can be described as a global community of scientific and scholarly excellence, cultural dialogue, and trust on highest levels. In this time shaped by various crises around the world, international exchange has even gained in importance. The challenges are manifold, and I will only mention a few examples. The consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic, the crisis of the international food market due to the Russian attack on Ukraine, and not to forget climate change moving forward so rapidly. So how can we move forward towards a wealthy, safe, and worthwhile future for all of us? The achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, which the United Nations set for 2030, seems to be remote, and countries of the so-called Global South, which contribute the least to climate change, are most severely affected. How then can a world with no hunger, equal access to resources, a healthy life for everyone become a reality? In the end, there is no other way but to carry on and to intensify our efforts. And this Humboldt colleague is as we think, shining example for the clear intent of the Egyptian researchers to master the future of their country and of their continent. The talks to be held during this colleague will give insight into most relevant fields in the research in the field of biotechnology, biodiversity, and climate change. In fact, I'm sure that the research from Egypt and the region are playing a major role in shaping the continent's sustainable future. To date, more than 400 scholars and scientists from Egypt have received research fellowships or research awards from the Humboldt Foundation. So Egypt is, in fact, a key country for the Humboldt Foundation in Northern Africa. In the last 5 years, 32 researchers from Egypt received research fellowships from the Humboldt Foundation. I'm quite happy about this number. However, we would even welcome a larger number of Egyptian researchers joining the Humboldt network in order to keep this network in Egypt strong and stable. The excellent visibility of the Humboldt Foundation in Egypt is in the very first place due to the Humboldt network and its alumni association, which has successfully been reorganized by our acting ambassador scientist, Dr. El Hassari, with the help of Professor El Fouli, Professor Hanafi, and Professor Badre. And thank you very much to all of you for your amazing efforts. You, dear Humboldtians, are promoting our research sponsorship opportunities at your universities. You integrate young research talents in your working groups early into your cooperation with partners and colleagues in Germany. And you finally are the important mentors of young researchers when they start to prepare applications for Humboldt Foundation programs. For this reason, we call Humboldtians bridge builders between countries and cultures. And so let us make use of this Humboldt colleague to further strengthen the bridges between countries, cultures, and disciplines. And I'm very much looking forward to fruitful talks and discussions with you during the next days. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Lots of thanks, Dr. Hess. On behalf of Professor Dr. Ashraf Mansour, Chairman of the Board of Trustees of the German University in Cairo, Professor Dr. Ashraf Abedi will address you.
Thank you so much. Dear Dr. Gina Al-Fiqi, on behalf of Professor Mahmoud Sak, dear Professor Shashi Dahara, President of International Union of Biological Sciences, Dr. Thomas Hesse, Deputy Secretary General of Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, dear Dr. Domenico De Martinis, Scientific Attaché, Embassy of Italy to Egypt, Dr. Lorena Moore, Head of Science Department, German Embassy, on behalf of His Excellency, Ambassador of Germany to Egypt, dear Professor Hussein Darwish, President of the National Research Center, dear Professor Mu'min Hanafi, Conference Chairperson, colleagues, guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Professor Ashraf Mansour, I would like to extend his apologies not being able to attend this morning session, as we do have an overlapping activity at the German University in Cairo. As we all know, nowadays, there is no country as an immune island, and all countries have been affected by climate changes, including variation in weather pattern, warmer temperatures, droughts, water scarcity, and of course, the COVID pandemic. This conference is our chance to discuss the cross countries' climate-related mitigation policies and the avoidance of future pandemics. It is stimulating to see such an outstanding and rich diversity of authors and speakers from universities, government, and industry from around the world to share ideas and new perspectives on such global problems and solve them. This will surely contribute to the development process in our countries and the flourishing of our economies. Since all our recommendations are based on science and evidences, I am pleased that Cairo is hosting two German universities, German University in Cairo and German International University, representing the classic academic and the practice-oriented German higher education, and the two universities are ready to contribute to the discussions and implementation of the given recommendations. At the German University in Cairo, we are proud that 20% of the campus electricity is produced from solar and wind energy, and we adopt advanced computerized numerical control technology in the manufacture of our laboratories, doors, and desks in order to minimize the waste of non-renewable feedstocks or raw materials like wood and steel in order to save the environment. Additionally, we adopt hydroponic agriculture to produce our own vegetables and food needs while reducing water consumption. This is in line with our efforts to become a green campus. Again, it's a great pleasure and honor to welcome you to this inspiring, educational, and enjoyable program in the beautiful city of Cairo. And I want to wish you a successful event and a fruitful discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Abedi. Professor Dr. Shashdiara, President of the International Union of Biological Sciences, will give now his opening remarks.
Thank you very much. Professor Mahmoud Sakar, President of ASRT, Professor Darwish, President of NRC, and other dignitaries and dais, and ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be associated with this event, as we had done earlier also in Egypt. Egypt is a very, very close partner of all our activities at an International Union of Biological Sciences. In the context of this meeting, I just want to explain what IUBS stands for. International Union of Biological Sciences was established in 1919, more than 100 years ago, to promote international cooperation and also use science as a diplomacy, as a tool of diplomacy in the world which was haunted by the First World War at that time, as well as just coming out of the Spanish pandemic, which another pandemic we just experiencing or just experienced the last 2-3 years. And in 1993, major unions were set up: International Union of Pure and Applied Chemistry, International Union of Pure and Applied Physics, and International Union of Biological Sciences, to promote internationalization of science. Those are the days when science was being done in the backyard of individual scientists. There was no state-sponsored science, but still people realized the importance of internationalization. 1919 is also a landmark in internationalization. Einstein's theory of relativity was validated by a British scientist doing observation in South Africa. So in a way, as you could see here, there is 3 or 4 different countries are involved in a landmark discovery related to the nature of the world. That sort of led to the belief that we should promote internationalization and use internationalization or the science as a tool of diplomacy. IUBS stands to promote biological sciences in its entirety, not any one specific sub-disciplines of biology. and more so the biology at the systems level. So ecology, evolution, and biodiversity are the core areas of where IUBS is working on. And recently, in the last 15 years, IUBS is closely working with a large number of countries to promote the conservation and utilization of biodiversity in the context of climate change, habitat degradation, deforestation, variety of reasons. We are actually getting into a problem and also affecting the living world. And the onset of or more frequent zoonosis is also a problem because of the climate change and habitat degradation that we are experiencing. So IUBS is working to mitigate the problem, reverse the problem with help of large number of partners across the world, including Egypt. And one of the main work that IUBS is doing is also to frame policies for international partners to come together to work in the area of biodiversity and conservation. Recently, at the Montreal COP CBD, the Biodiversity Convention at Montreal, IUBS led a session called Science for Biodiversity Forum, which is IUBS is sponsoring for the last 15 years. And in that, we came out with a framework called Biodiversity Framework 2030, in which the world has pledged to conserve at least 30% of its, the biodiversity, and restore at least 30% of the degraded land. This hopefully will improve the quality of life across the world. And IUBS is continuing to work with all the other partners in particularly in policy and diplomacy, using biological sciences as an area of focus. And because we are all living organisms and we cannot live without other living organisms, plants or animals or insects and pollinators, it's very important that we work collectively to address this problem. And we'll continue to work together. Thank you very much.
Lots of thanks, Dr. Shashdihar. Please welcome Dr. Domenico De Martinis, Scientific Attaché, Embassy of Italy in Egypt, give our thoughts and remarks about a forum.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Sabah al-Khair, everybody. I would like to thank the Academy of Science, the National Research Council, the Humboldt Foundation, Embassy of Germany for inviting me here today, and congratulate also for the nice program. I'm a biologist, plant biotechnology by background, so I love to see there will be session on plant biotechnology, on vaccines, on biodiversity that I consider very important. I also appreciate the relevant presence of Italians to this event. Where are the Italians? Are here? Oh, here they are. I spot you already, but wanted to be sure. And okay, going to the title of this event, Science Diplomacy After COVID, I would like to make a reflection. How was the science diplomacy during COVID? We had a very tragic moment, an unexpected, maybe unexpected by non-scientists, event in the past 2 years, and probably we realized the difficulty that there was for scientists to properly communicate the information that we had to enable aware-based political decision. You may recall, I mean, it's only 1 year ago, but you may recall how strong were the discussion on vaccines, how difficult, how tense could become the relationship among countries. So the experience of the COVID period is also lead to a reflection of wishful thinking on how scientists must learn to communicate to the public, so through the press mainly, and to the policymakers to enable them to have a strong aware-based decision, to take a strong aware-based decision, because this is what hardly happened in the period of COVID. So what is now? What is happening now after the COVID? There is a lot of potential. There is a lot of desire to get started again on relation, on dialogue. But there are also instruments like if we talk about Europe, but also we talk about the Mediterranean in general. I would like to mention the European Union African and Mediterranean program of financing for research that has been launched recently. The PRIMA program that is dedicated to water and agriculture in the Mediterranean country. So it's Mediterranean not as sea, but as countries around the sea. The Union for the Mediterranean. But these are structures very important that has been developed over time. So diplomacy, science diplomacy as well, needs time. Cannot get on a snap of finger, needs a continuous dialogue. This is a consideration I would like to make. For example, the African Mediterranean program has been launched now, but has been developed in the past years, where the committees were probably discussing of what was necessary to do in terms of a Europe-Africa collaboration. So it's something that that is happening now, but was discussed probably for a couple of years before. Okay. Now I would like to give an example of Italy also as an embassy and as a country, because you develop diplomacy through the dialogue of the embassies on the embassy in the country, but also as a measured dialogue among research institutes. Well, last year, for example, that was my first year here in Egypt. Just on my first, I just began my second year of mandate. We were eager to get started. After Ramadan, there was a wave of enthusiasm because, again, if you remember, January, February, March were still hard weeks in terms of COVID restriction. Then in early May, with the change of season and the reduction of pressure of the emergency and the incoming COP27, there was such a desire to discuss and communicate and put ideas on the table again. So we made a number of events dedicated to the Mediterranean, to climate changes. I'm not going to list them. Well, I must listen a school on renewable energy that was made together with the Academy of Science, events with the Biblioteca Alexandrina, events with the National Institute of Oceanography, that were all in the direction of creating a network of scientists that were discussing the issue related to COP27. COP27, of course, was a big driver for last year. But what we did, for example, from the beginning of the year, by email and telephone calls, we reopened discussion with the Science and Technology Foundation with the Ministry of University and Research to restart our executive program for science and technology collaboration between Italy and Egypt. That is a traditional program, was stopped during COVID. So we had, for the first time, a 3-year stop, a complete round of call that was stopped. And so we start fresh, we rediscuss, and we create a new call that was closed in October, and now the project are under evaluation. And this program, I think, is very important because at bilateral level will enable to have a continuity discussion among scientists on what are the priority that the two countries should elaborate together. It's a way to verify that we collaborate not in a general way, but by checking what is already on the table. So what could be complementary, what could be overlap, because we need to improve this area, and in a way use all the sources that are available, whether are multilateral, and then make our bilateral part. I will make a short list, but we'll be quick. For example, by the discussion with the Science and Technology Foundation, we identify as priority areas renewable and sustainable energy. That you may see is something that you find in many calls in either African, European, international grants, but we thought that it was important to have another top up to that one. Material science and engineering, water management, agro and food technology, smart cities and big data management. This was an idea that is like seed money, because you see Cairo is one of the 4th biggest city in the world. I mean, Europe is an heavily densely crowded part of the world. So I think that think about smart cities and how to manage big data, even for health issue, could be valuable. And then something that is kind of traditional between Italy and Egypt, that were new technology for natural and cultural heritage. That is, I think, a sort of a classic between Italy and Egypt. So to say, so what will mean that for now, regularly we will have projects between Italy and Egypt. Those are not big projects, but will allow the two scientific community to communicate among us, and probably create the rationale for bigger projects, maybe at European level, just to make an example. So I would like to ask you, if you are curious, just to go sometimes on the website of the Embassy of Italy, because sometimes we have announcement call or info days, things like that, and that could be useful. Okay. So just to make a conclusion, how do I see science diplomacy? It is important that the dialogue of scientists, because it is important because it will enable to create aware-based political decision. It is important to foster science diplomacy because it allows to create the earlier, but sometimes very stable bridge for dialogue. This happens over time always, even when there was then a sort of tension or political problem between areas. Many times the pioneering dialogue was among scientists. So this is I think the two main scope and strengths of science diplomacy. This year is the 100th year of the Italian National Research Council. You have scientists today in this week of National Research Council. So I think also that there will be occasion to talk about future collaboration between the two twins, Institute Italy and Egypt. And thank you everybody again.
Grazie mille, Dr. De Martins. Now we delightfully welcome Ms. Lorena Moore, Head of Science Department, German Embassy, on behalf of Dr. Frank Hartmann, German Ambassador in Cairo.
Fellow esteemed speakers, dear colleagues, participants, and Alexander von Humboldt alumni, Guten Morgen, wa sabah al-khir. It's my great pleasure to address you here today at the opening of this esteemed conference. Ambassador Hartmann very much regrets not being able to be here today. He's on travel, but he conveys his greetings to all of you. I want to start by telling you a little anecdote. When I got appointed to this posting here last year as head of science department at the German Embassy, I had some of my colleagues in Berlin saying to me, Okay, that's an interesting posting, but as a diplomat, don't you want to do something more important, like the political section, the economic section? I guess you cannot imagine my shock when I heard that we still have people nowadays in this year thinking that science is not a topic of utmost importance also for us as diplomats. I think we only have to look back at the last few years, at the COVID pandemic that we just lived through, at climate change that we're battling together everywhere at the world. And so I must say, I really applaud you also for choosing the topic of today's conference, Science and Research Diplomacy for Climate Action and Sustainable Future in the Pandemic and Post-Pandemic Era. I think it's a very ambitious topic, but it's fantastic that you're discussing that because it's exactly what we need. Challenges like the ones that you're outlining here, pandemics, climate change, the effects that it has, it's something that cannot be solved by policymakers alone. It's not something that should be solved by policymakers alone, because if you want to make really informed decisions, we need science, and we need science to show us solutions. Looking back at last November, I think every one of us has been following very closely the discussions in Sharm el-Sheikh, at everything that was happening at COP27. And I think this is really the prime example of why we need science for. I think we have seen some breakthroughs at the conference if we're looking at climate financing, but I think it's also clear that we're looking ahead without further research, without further scientific progress in the fields of how do we adapt to climate change, how can we store carbon. There's really no way that we can win this battle against climate change. And I think a sentiment that has been expressed here today by all of the speakers at the panel, and that I really want to echo, is we cannot do this alone. No scientist can do it alone, no scientific discipline can do it alone, and also no country can do it alone. Really to achieve solutions for the humongous challenges that we are facing as a humanity, we need to exchange, we need to bring the brightest minds together, we need to find synergies between research that is being done all over the world. And I think this conference here today is really a prime example of how we can do this. And I'm particularly grateful to the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation for really supporting this idea of bringing together excellent researchers from all over the world. And yeah, I'm really happy also to see this conference here today. To look at it also from a German-Egyptian perspective, I can say that I'm very happy and very proud to see that in our bilateral relationship, scientific exchange and exchange in research has always been a really core item. We have here in Egypt, of course, the presence of the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation. We have also other actors like the German Academic Exchange Service that also plays a pivotal role. We have several German universities that are seated here in Cairo. I see some of them also here in the audience. And also looking beyond the topics that we're discussing today, even in the humanities, we have, for instance, the Orient Institute that's doing research in the humanities. They also have a presence here in Cairo. So I'm really happy to see that this idea of bringing together people, ideas, and researchers is something that runs very deep in the identity or the DNA, so to say, of the German-Egyptian bilateral relations. For today, I wish all of you an interesting, fruitful conference. I want to say thanks again to all of you for being here, for participating, for contributing, for being open to share your ideas. Many thanks also to Professor Darwish for hosting us here at your premises. And I wish you all the best for these upcoming days. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mel. Now we would like to welcome Professor Dr. Gina Al-Fiqi, Supervisor of the National Scientific Affairs Sectors, on behalf of Professor Dr. Mahmoud Saqr, President of Academy of Scientific Research and Technology, to deliver her opening speech.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Actually, it's my very immense pleasure and honor to be among you all today. I think everyone is suspicious why I'm so happy, but actually it brings me a special pleasure to be at the National Research Center. I feel at home, so I'm always pleased to be here. I wish to start by addressing Professor Hussein Darwish, the National Research Center President, and thank him very much for hosting this very important conference. The representatives of the Italian and German embassies in Egypt, you're most welcome to be among us here today. The president of the International Union of Biological Sciences, welcome to Egypt. And I don't know whether it's your first time or not, but anyway, second time, okay, so welcome to Egypt for the second time. Professor Ashraf Abedi, representing the German University in Egypt, the Deputy Secretary General of Alexander van Humboldt, and of course, Professor Mu'min Hanafi, the star of today's event, who had done a huge effort and work to bring everyone together, to actually bring all the efforts together to have this workshop working as it should be. And I think this panel here is a good representation of what we're talking about. It's about science diplomacy. We're having here policymakers, scientists, and diplomats. So yes, it's a good representation of the topic we're discussing today. Actually, it's a very important topic in spite of it being focused on science diplomacy in climate change. And I think that science diplomacy is important in addressing whatever scientific topic we're talking about. But I cannot dismiss its importance in climate change, getting back to the Paris Agreement in 2015 and how it made everyone from China to the United States and Russia sign the Paris Agreement together. So it brought actually the world together for a common cause. So I think science diplomacy is very important. I would not be talking much because I know I'm in the place of, actually my turn came after very, very eminent speeches from very eminent speakers, and you're all waiting for the cherry on the top of all speeches of Professor Hussein Darwish. So I will not be taking much of your time now. It's just a welcome speech. It's just conveying Professor Sakr's regrets not to be joining you all today. Actually, it was totally out of his hand. And I think we'll be talking more about ASRT and its role in science diplomacy in the talk after the coffee break. Yes, I'll be having some time to speak more about ASRT and how it's having and playing a great role in Egypt in bringing all scientists together, not only Egyptian scientists, but actually scientists of the world together with scientists from Egypt. So thank you, everyone. And again, I'm very happy to be among you today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fiqi. Last but not least, we are delightfully welcoming now Professor Dr. Hussein Darwish, Acting President of the National Research Center, to give his opening remarks and to declare the official opening of the activity of the Cairo Science Forum.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Ms. Lorena Mohr, Head of Science Department, German Embassy, on behalf of Dr. Frank Hartmann, German Ambassador in Cairo, Professor Dr. Gina Al-Fiqi, on behalf of Dr. Mahmoud Saar, the President of the ASRT, Dr. Domenico De Martinis, Scientific Attaché, Embassy of Italy to Egypt, Professor Dr. Shashi Dara, President of International Union of Biological Sciences, Dr. Thomas Hess, Deputy Secretary General of Alexander van Humboldt Foundation, Professor Dr. Ashraf Abedi, on behalf of Dr. Ashraf Mansour, Chairman of the Board of Trustees, German University in Cairo, Professor Dr. Mu'min Hanafi, Chairman of Cairo Science Forum. Dear Alexander van Humboldt alumni, dear participant, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, Sabah al-Khair. It is a pleasure to honor to welcome you all today at the National Research Center in the occasion of the opening of the second edition of the Cairo Science Forum. This year, the event is organized under the title Science and Research Diplomacy for Climate Action and Sustainable Future in the Pandemic and Post-Pandemic Era. I would like to thank everyone here today for being part of this event. We are here to deal with developments in biology, medicine, and technology, which are advancing at great speed. I am very pleased that this milestone science forum can be held under the joint sponsorship of the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, International Union of Biological Sciences, and the Academy of Scientific Research and Technology, with the cooperation of Egyptian National Research Center and the Alexander von Humboldt Alumni Association of Egypt. National Research Center was established in 1956 for the purpose of promoting science. National Research Center is Egypt's core research center as a part of its mission to build strong networks for advancing national research activities. National Research Center has established 14 research institutes. These institutes serves as NRC's science diplomats with their research staff and international networks. National Research Center is always seeking to sustain and advance the scientific exchange between Egypt and our international partners. We would like to continue contributing to the advancement of scientific exchange between Egypt and all of the international collaborators in whole Europe to be achieved by further strengthening the cooperation between our staff and counterpart organizations, bringing highly qualified scientists from Egypt, Germany, Italy, USA, Poland, Jordan, Algeria, Tunisia, and Jordan, and other participating countries together under one roof to engage in discussion on science and research diplomacy for climate action and sustainable future. I believe that Cairo Science Forum will expand opportunities for new joint research while providing a potent measure for stimulus to the participating young researchers. We are fully support this forum, and we are going to give our support to organize this science forum in a regular basis. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, during the event, you will hear presentations and debates on the main facets of the global climate change. So, the lively discussions that are sure to follow, we will undoubtedly learn from one another by exchanging valuable scientific experiences. I hope you all find this meeting an enjoyable and rewarding experience. With that, I would like to announce that the second Cairo Science Forum is now officially open. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Hussein Darwish. It's now time for delivering our welcoming bouquets and appreciation shields. Please, first shield goes to Dr. Hussein Darwish. Please, Dr. Mo'min, deliver Dr. Hussein's shield and bouquet. Please, Dr. Hussein, would you help us deliver the other honorable shields? The second goes to Dr. Gina al-Fiqhi and Dr. Mahmoud Sakr, President of the Academy of Scientific Research and Technology. Ms. Marina Moore, Head of Science Department of German Embassy, on behalf of Dr. Frank Hartmann, German Ambassador in Cairo. Dr. Domenico De Martini, Scientific Attaché, Embassy of Italy in Egypt. الشاشة دي هون. Professor Dr. Shashti Hara, President of the International Union of Biological Sciences. Professor Dr. Ashraf Abedi, on behalf of Professor Dr. Ashraf Mansour, Chairman of the Board of Trustees, German University in Cairo. Dr. Thomas Haas, Deputy Secretary General of Alexander von Humboldt Foundation. And finally, Professor Dr. Mehmet Hanafi, Chairman of Cairo Science Forum. By now, we come to the end of the opening ceremony. We hope you all enjoy the following events. My regards, Rahab Hussein, Associate Professor of Pharmacognosy and member of the conference unit. Please, would you please gather for a group photo?
سمعت بس ممكن بس تقربوا شويه بس عشان ناخد الصوره. الصوره دي مهمه جدا، هتنزل على الويب سايت بتاع المؤتمر.
The coffee break is upstairs. That's the restaurant.
It all started with a vision to build a leading center. It all started with a vision to build a leading center of excellence. It all started with a vision to build a leading center of excellence in teaching and research that will effectively contribute to the general welfare nationally and
هنبتدي بقى خلاص. Hello, hello. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, please, we are starting now the first session. Hello. Please switch off the telephone. برضو الناس لسه ماسكه التليفونات برضو نقفل التليفون بليز ونبتدي بقى احنا متاخرين ربع ساعه. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I have the pleasure with Dr. Ashraf Habadi to chair this very important session, and I wish to congratulate Dr. Mo'min Hanafi continuing this session, because 3 years ago there was a panel discussion in this place talking about scientific diplomacy, and many people thought that's just one event, but it is very good opportunity that now we have distinguished personalities from Germany, from the United States, from India, international organizations, from Egypt. We are talking about the efforts and visions for science diplomacy. It is something we have been doing a lot of time, but under different names. So science diplomacy is this very new name. It started, I think, 15 years ago by the Royal Society and the American Association for Advancement of Sciences. And it is becoming a part of the science management. And very, very simply, it is the international relations in science. Exchange of scientists, exchange of information, using scientific information in diplomacy, and using scientists as diplomats, and all what is covered by diplomacy in politics, diplomacy in science. And we will take today, this will be an opportunity to know from different parts how this is being implemented, how it is being done in different aspects. The first speaker is Dr. Gina. Dr. Ashraf, please, pleasure, introduce Dr. Gina and have the floor.
Okay. Good afternoon, colleagues. It gives me pleasure to introduce Dr. Gina Al-Fiqhi. Dr. Gina Al-Fiqhi is a graduate of Pharmacy, Cairo University. She got her PhD from Pharmacy, Cairo University in 2008. Her PhD was centered around applying nanotechnology in developing transdermal formulation. She was the winner of the best PhD thesis award in pharmaceutical sciences from the National Research Center in 2008. and winner of the Scientific Excellence Award from NRC in 2011-2012. She was awarded the International Publication Excellence Award in 2014-2015 from Modern Science and Arts University. She earned a postgraduate certificate in higher education from University of Greenwich in United Kingdom and is an affiliate to the Quality Assurance Agency of UK. Currently, she is a professor of pharmaceutical technology in NRC, supervisor of cultural and scientific sector in ASRT, and the chair of finance committee of Sesame, Jordan, and executive manager of Children's University in ASRT, and vice president of the Egypt Genome Scientific Committee. Professor El-Fiqi is an official task force member of MHESR in preparation of COP27. She is a member of the American Association of Pharmaceutical Sciences and Society of Women in Science in Developing Countries since 2014 and was a member of the Drug Research Council and National Committee of Drug at ASRT. She was also a member of Egyptian Young Academy of Science and is currently member of its advisory board. She worked as a former head of pharmaceutics department and pharmacy program leader in Faculty of Pharmacy, October University for Modern Science and Arts, Deputy of the Technology Innovation and Commercialization Office in MSA University. She was the head of the Scientific Research Committee of MSA University, head of Ethics and Safety Committee, and member of the National Administration Committee in MSA University. Her research interest is in the field of drug delivery and pharmaceutical nanoformulations. She shared as a team member in 9 research projects and co-PI in a research project granted by STDF and PI for grant funded by ASRT. She supervised over 15 master and PhD granted theses, and she's on the editorial board and reviewer for several peer-reviewed international journals, presented her research work in over 30 national and international conferences. Dr. Gina, welcome home, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you very much for the very impressive introduction. I didn't know I did all that, but it's okay. That's good. Actually, I don't want to stick to the podium, but recently, after exceeding the 40 years of age, I must use my glasses. So I have to be here in order to, form up the slides from the podium. So I'm so sorry for that. Well, when it comes to science diplomacy, I think ASRT plays a huge role in the Egyptian community in sharing, and the word sharing maybe is not enough, actually, in having a real role in bringing Egypt with other countries under the umbrella of science diplomacy. So let me talk with you today on decades of science diplomacy in the Middle East. What is the Academy of Scientific Research and Technology experience and vision? This is not my presentation. I'm just presenting the work of the ASRT, and I am the acting vice president of the Academy of Scientific Research and Technology. I'll be talking about science diplomacy, a general term, how ASRT sees science diplomacy. ASRT, in a very brief overview on what we do and what's our role and how we coin the term science diplomacy. I'll be giving 3 case studies on science diplomacy from our work at the ASRT. Actually, the 3 case studies have been recently published in an international journal, Scopus-based journal. So I'll be talking about them, and then I would give our conclusive statement drafted from the publication. Of course, I got the approval of all the authors of the publication that I'll be taking some parts of it to be presented today. Yes, we all know that the term science diplomacy was coined by the Royal Academy of UK recently, yet it was, as you know, it was just raised up by Louis Pasteur in very early ages, where he said that science knows no country because knowledge belongs to humanity and is the torch which illuminates the world. Isn't this science diplomacy? It is science diplomacy. Actually, this is a true meaning of science diplomacy. And then Professor Ahmed Douail, the Egyptian scientist, came and said that the soft power of science has the potential to reshape global diplomacy. So yes, it's a soft power, but actually it's powerful than any other tool or instrument in bringing nations together. From a superficial perspective, if you could look lightly on the idea, we could see that science and diplomacy are two totally apart or two totally different terms. Science is the art of truth, facts, and diplomacy, not my term, but as Sir Henry Wotton said, is the art of lies. He said that ambassadors is an honest gentleman sent to lie abroad about the good of for the good of his country. Maybe this is not 100% true, but actually this is how he defined diplomacy. But actually they are not two different poles or two opposite poles. They are actually a combined term where science diplomacy is a concept that encompasses the different roles science can play to create partnership between countries. So science diplomacy actually succeeded in the recent era with a very conflicting word to bring and to build confidence between, let us say, fools, to bring connectivity between nations and to build dialogues. So, why is science diplomacy important? Why do we see that science diplomacy is a term that is grabbing attention, that everyone is talking about? Why are we all saying science diplomacy, or why are we all bringing up science diplomacy nowadays? Actually, because the world is being exposed to massive and conflicting problems that must cross the borders of nations to be globally tackled. So we could not just face the pandemic, for example, nation by nation. We have to put hand in hand to work together toward the pandemic. We could not face the climate change just nation by nation. We should work together in order to build this. So that's why this term science diplomacy is important now, because if people and nations do not work together, facing our major conflicts, our major problems, our major cross-borders issues, actually they will not be solved. So I think that's why science diplomacy is of major importance nowadays. The Academy of Scientific Research and Technology has a dual mandate, actually. It's a funding agency. Yes, it's a funding agency, but it funds only projects that fulfills the strategic action plan of the Ministry of Higher Education and Scientific Research in Vision of Egypt Strategy 2030. So yes, we fund projects, but those projects must meet the needs of the country, must meet the strategic needs of the country. The other mandate is that ASRT is the think tank and the house of expertise of the country. Actually, the Academy of Scientific Research and Technology has like 20 national committees, one of which is the National Committee of Biology that's hosting this conference today, and more than 20 research councils. All of these entities, or all of these, let me say, committees or something, actually are joined by eminent researchers, policymakers, decision makers. So ASRT is bringing everyone who is related to a specific discipline on board in order to set roadmaps, strategies, ideas, research ideas for the government, and to pave the road for scientists to work in the right direction that is needed by the country. So ASRT has a very true and deep belief in the importance of science diplomacy, and it has always a pioneer in addressing different local, region, international challenges within a clear framework of science diplomacy. How did we do that? ASRT actually has relations, and I'm putting the term relations, not cooperations, not collaborations. It is relations, because whenever we have an agreement or a cooperation, a correlation with an international organization, we develop this cooperation, collaboration, or whatever into a relation. And this relation is the science diplomacy, because when we have this good relation within an international organization that we're partner in or that we're part of, this agreement is not a solid concept. No, it's a flexible concept that coins a lot of other international relations. I'll be talking today in the success in developing science diplomacy through 3 agreements. An agreement or a membership within the International Institute of Applied System Analysis, the IASA, in Vienna, the International Center for Synchrotron Light for Experimental Science Applications in the Middle East, the SESAMI, and the Joint Institute for Nuclear Research in the Russian Federation. When I'm talking about these 3 examples, it's important to highlight these 3 examples specifically because Egypt is considered the only African and Arab country that's member of the 3 organizations. They have a lot of international organizations on board, but actually we're the common organization, the common country that's having membership in all the 3 organizations. In the 1st of January, 2023, it was like Santa sending us his gift. This was a published article on case studies in international science diplomacy, ASRT contribution to developing science and technology in Egypt. This was in collaboration with the NAM Science and Technology Center in India. And actually the 3 agreements that I've been talking about, or that I would be discussing in my presentation, were those discussed in this paper. So let me start by Egypt and the International Institute for Applied System Analysis. I'll be talking from the perspective of science diplomacy, but actually I'll be taking the opportunity to introduce you to what work we do with the International Institute for Applied System Analysis, what we offer for the Egyptian scientific community, and what opportunities are there available for every one of you here to share and to join as per the agreement between ASRT and the International Institute of Applied System Analysis. So the International Institute, the idea of the International Institute of Applied System Analysis started at the late 60s and 70s during the Cold War. You know, where there was an Eastern pole and a Western pole, and they were not able to bring them together. So they started negotiating, the United States of America started negotiating the possibility of bringing the 2 poles together through science. So every one of the Eastern camp and the Western camp have good scientific ideas, have good scientific work. Why people not bring you all together and work together for the welfare of humanity? And this was the initiation of this conversation by the United States President Johnson. And the negotiations went successful, and they signed an agreement between 10 countries in London in 1972, and the International Institute for Applied System Analysis was initiated. What the International Institute for Applied System Analysis actually is something that we all need to know about nowadays, and something that we need all to make use of. It's an international institute for foresighting studies, for modeling studies, for studying what's expected from different situations. So it's very important in our current world, for example, when a situation where the pandemic is here, what's next after the pandemic, how things would go. So this needs modeling and foresighting studies. Climate changes are taking place. What would happen in 50 or 60 years? So such modeling and foresighting studies are very important. ASRT represents Egypt in the International Institute for Applied System Analysis, which actually can say that it marked the beginning of an extraordinary project to use scientific cooperation to build bridges across the Cold War divide. So in the International Institute of Applied System Analysis, you could see around the same table, Iran sitting next to Israel and Egypt, USA beside Russia, and Korea and Japan all together. So everyone is just sitting on the same table for the sake of developing and doing science together. As for the ASRT, what is our role? ASRT is the national member organization. So it's the representative of Egypt in the IASA. So we're working with all countries through the IASA in foresighting and modeling studies. Actually, what we did lately, a year ago, that we opened, let me say, a branch for the IASA in Egypt in the ASRT premises. It's called the NASAC, the North African Applied System Analysis Center. And it would be dedicated to doing foresighting studies and modeling studies related to Egyptian MENA region and the Arab world problems. So it would be a kind of tailored to our needs. So again, we're bringing the area together at the ASRT in order to work together in facing common problems through modeling and foresighting studies. The other example is Sesame. And as Professor Abedi said kindly in introducing me, I'm chairing the finance committee of the Sesame. Actually, we're having the vice president of the council of the Sesame, Professor Sakri, the vice president of the council, and I'm chairing the finance committee of the council. So I could say from a real perspective that yes, we're chairing councils and committees where Israel, Iran, Turkey, Cyprus, Pakistan, Jordan, Palestine, and Israel, everyone is sitting on the same table working for the sake of science for a good humanity. Sesame was offered the Science Diplomacy Award by the American Association for the Advancement of Science in 2019 as a very good example for science diplomacy in the region, because actually it brought conflicted countries all together. Actually, it brought, let me say, Israel in one side and the other, the Arab world in one side, Cyprus and Turkey together, Pakistan and Iran. So it brought everyone together, and it is considered the first major international scientific center in the Middle East. Actually, we have a synchrotron light in CERN, if you know about CERN. CERN is the European synchrotron light available, but actually Sesame is ours. Sesame started by an agreement signed in Sinai between the contributing countries. So Egypt had a very, very good role in initiating the concept of Sesame actually, and the ASRT is the representing Egyptian member in Sesame. We've been actually hosting the finance committee this year in Egypt, and something that I thought is something I thought of as an achievement, because actually we've never succeeded to bring everyone on board here in Egypt for a meeting for the Sesame, but luckily we were able to do this year, and everyone was here, and we chaired the finance committee from ASRT premises actually. The third case actually is a very important one regarding the conflict going worldwide now. It's a joint institute of nuclear research. Let's name it an international institute. Actually, it's located in Russia. But do you know which countries are on board? It's Ukraine, Poland, Romania, Slovak, Czech. So they are all conflicting countries, but they are still all working together for the welfare of the humanity. Dinar has a slogan which said that science brings nations together. And yes, while Russia and Ukraine are fighting, while Russia and Ukraine are having a huge conflict, still the plenipotentiaries of Russia and Ukraine are sitting on the same table discussing the peaceful applications of nuclear physics. So isn't this a very good example of what science diplomacy could do? Isn't this a channel that could be the starting point or the way that would pave the route for discussions, for dialogue between Russia and Ukraine? Maybe one day it would be that way. Maybe one day the science diplomacy term would prevent conflicts from happening. Today, we're hoping that science diplomacy would bring each one together, but maybe one day it would just prevent it from happening. So Egypt in 2009 was an associate member of the Joint Institute of Nuclear Research. And in 2021, in Bulgaria, we signed as full members of the Joint Institute of Nuclear Research. Again, let me say, what does this mean? This means that every and each one of this room, Egyptian, one of this room, is an owner of the Joint Institute of Nuclear Research. Because being a full member, we own the premises, we own the facilities, we're shareholders of the institute. So again, ASRT brought to the Egyptian society, scientific society, a huge whole premises for the peaceful applications of nuclear physics. And actually, we have a lot to do for that. And I think it's a good opportunity to invite you all here for our upcoming Cairo Innovates on the 13th and 14th of February in St. Regis Hotel in the new capital, where GNR is our strategic partner, and they would be presenting all the collaborative work they have with other international organizations and all the collaborative work they could offer through the ASRT. So if we would sum up through these examples, actually, I don't want to be talking much. I know people do not want to listen a lot, and I don't have pictures here, so it's just mere talking. So I don't want to be boring. So let me sum up what we've been saying. So diplomacy is an art, if you would agree, of escaping difficulties and engaging successfully in dialogues. Yes, it's an art, because to set your conflicts aside, to set your conflicts behind you, and just talk science, this is an art. So it's not surprising if science diplomacy is defined as the efficient means of global engagement through science. Success in science diplomacy can be measured in terms of 7 main factors. How would we say that we succeeded in developing a relation or an agreement that endorsed science diplomacy? If we have an openness to new possibilities through this agreement, if we have a vision and a leadership through this agreement, if we have good science offered through this agreement to everyone globally, if we have good human connections and communications, if we consider the time and the self-interest of everyone. So ASRT, international agreement and cooperation with different bodies, is the core of its belief in the role it should embrace to connect science to policy. The scientist makes the analysis and suggests the solution. The politician imposes laws and drafts to help implementing such solution to face the global challenges. So you could say, while we're definite, that science is for the humanity and the welfare of people. Thank you very much. So will we have questions now or by the end of the session? Okay.
Yes. Thank you so much, Professor Gina, for the interesting presentation. Now it's my honor and the pleasure to introduce Professor Dr. Ashraf Mansour. Professor Ashraf Mansour is the prime founder and the chairman of the Board of Trustees, German University in Cairo. He is the vice chairman, Board of Trustees, German International University, New Administrative Capital, vice chairman, Board of Trustees, German International University in Berlin. Professor Mansour is an Egyptian scientist and university professor, born 1962 in Egypt. His area of expertise is material sciences and technology. He obtained his highest doctorate degree, DSc, in addition to his PhD in science from Germany. He obtained the degree of associate professor in Cairo University and the professorship degree Vigna Ligandi from the University of Ulm in 1997. He established a big scientific school in the field of polymer physics in Egypt and Germany, and he speaks fluently Arabic, English, and German languages. As per academic degree, professor degree Vigna Ligandi from University of Ulm in 1997, DSCC from Germany, 1997, PhD in polymer physics, University of Ulm, 1992, Master in chemistry, physical chemistry with honors from Cairo University, 1987, Bachelor of Science Chemistry with distinction from Cairo University in 1983. As per his international recognition, Professor Mansour in 2008 honored by the Federal Order of Merit of the first class from the Federal Republic of Germany. In 2005, he is honorary senator at the University of Ulm, Germany. In 1999, he is an Alexander von Humboldt Fellow. In 2018, he is honorary member of the African Academy of Sciences, and he's the first Egyptian to be awarded this title. In 2017, he is a member of the Federal Government Committee for Cooperation with Africa. In 2004, honorary member of the Arab Chamber of Commerce and Industry in Berlin. And of course, he's a DAAD fellow since 1988. Professor Ashraf, most welcome, and the floor is yours.
Hello, everybody. I'm really very happy to be among you and with you. And I'm sorry I was not able to come in the early morning to deliver my speech because we had a big conference at GUC. IEEE and the Minister of Higher Education honored us today. And for this reason, I just finished my part and then I'm coming here to you. In fact, it is a great honor to stand today here for many reasons. The topic itself is practically is a subject that I spent my life, my whole life, for it and in it. This is the first. On the second, that we are gathering here as a Humboldtians. And really, this is very selected scientific community belonging to the universal community of academics. And this is the character of Alexander von Humboldt Foundation and its scholarships and awards. Third reason for pride that I am here in the National Research Center, which experienced here over maybe more than 30 years activity, almost 30 years activity in science diplomacy that I initiated with so many colleagues. On the top of them, Professor Abbas Abdelkarim Yahya is a Humboldtian and is sitting here, may God bless him, safe and sound all times, and so many other colleagues, and I cooperated with them very long time. In fact, to have a gathering and a platform of scientists who are standing and moving toward the conference, this is really excellent work for itself. And to have Alexander von Humboldtian
This is really additional merit for any activity. The title that I put, it is not science diplomacy. I added and trust. And I love so much, where is Dr. Gina? She left. Anyhow, she made a very nice statement about platforms and gathering and interest and how it extended, especially in the last transparency of it. I added to the definition of science diplomacy is trust in my title. Science can build trust, and especially if it is a good science. However, science and diplomacy and trust is not per se the ultimate aim. The ultimate aim is what beyond. Let me go with you through personal experience that I wanted to hand on, because I am maybe older than most of you in the science diplomacy and such activity, as you will see. For this reason, let us see why we selected not beyond, we selected the beyond, how it can come. I'm personally a scholarship holder of both DAD and Alexander von Humboldt. In 1988, I got DAD, and the other one for Alexander von Humboldt, 1999. Let us see what happened during this as an outcome. Most of you knows me about German University in Cairo. Let us see a film which is done for the celebration of 20 years GOC as introduction compact to save the time.
It all started with a vision to build a leading center of excellence in teaching and research that will effectively contribute to the general welfare nationally and internationally, and promote the scientific, technical, economic, and cultural cooperation between Egypt and Germany. In 1999, the University of Ulm officially declared its participation in the foundation of the German University in Cairo. In November 2000, the University of Stuttgart on board. December 2000, the state of Baden-Württemberg, DAAD, and German embassy in Cairo on board. Professor Dr. Ashraf Mansour and Professor Dr. Hans Wolf called a historical meeting at Marriott Hotel in Cairo, which was regarded as an official birth of the German University in Cairo. In 2001, the University of Mannheim and the University of Tübingen on board. A devoted German-Egyptian team of intellectuals who all believed in the power of knowledge and science, creating bridges between nations for better future, working together with the continuous and energetic support from all partner universities and institutions. Carrying out the curricula according to German curriculum for the intended faculties and courses. In October 2001, laying the foundation stone in the presence of the Egyptian Prime Minister, 5 cabinet ministers, and an eminent German delegation, built together on solid background. The construction and completion of the first mega complex and the lecture halls building. In October the 5th, 2003, German and Egyptian delegates, headed by the Egyptian president and the German chancellor, inaugurated the German University in Cairo. The successful development of the GUC could only succeed through all figures and personalities who have sustainably contributed with their personal commitment to this success. GUC values openness, innovation, respect, truth, teamwork, flexibility and responsiveness, diversity. 12,645 students at the GUC in 2022, 103 study programs, 32 undergraduate study programs, 71 postgraduate study programs, 479 academic grants and awards in the last 9 years, 5,318 research publications, 20 years German higher education. '87 German and international partner universities, 21 countries, 37 strategic business partners worldwide. 40% of global German transnational higher education. 20 years, research and innovation, promoting growth and development. Solar City. Industrial Park. 20 years, contributing to communities of Egypt, Germany, and the world. The President of Egypt assignment to develop and brand Egypt, Aswan, Luxor, Sharm el-Sheikh, South Sinai, Alexandria. Contribution of the GUC Berlin campus with Rhein-Neckar district. 20 years endorsing talents, arts, and sports. 20 years accessibility. 6,000 scholarships awarded, 11 scholarships and excellence awards programs. GUC Berlin. Ulm Guest House. "20 years supporting graduates that are connecting nations and building bridges." "24,800 graduates 1,834 postgraduates. Quoting Professor Dr. Hans Wolf, we will not be good German citizens if we will not and restrictively support the German university in Cairo. And still together, we are shaping the future.
In fact, I would like to ask you what you saw. I'm not promoting for GOC, as you know, most Egyptians know this. I wanted to convey a message. What is the message here standing behind? What you saw? Gathering of intellectuals gathered and worked for an idea, a platform which started grows up and then diversified in all directions through spontaneous process in all directions. Science, community, all sides of aspects locally and internationally. This is a very, very long walk. Let us say not a marathon, a walk. 28 years when I started this, and with so many milestones. In fact, in parallel, I was working as well for another gathering and platform, which we called Cultural Week, between the University of Ulm and Cairo University and Ulm University. It was in 1994, and some of these activities were done here in this institution and Cairo University and so many. Let us see. Okay. I don't know if you can read it here, but I'll try. This is the first agenda of the German Egyptian Week. What was? It was a lecture of myself and Professor Peshold is material, and then who spoke, Professor Dr. Mufid Shahab, the president of Cairo University, about Egypt and international relations. Again, diplomacy. This means science, two sciences are speaking, and then cultural aspect. Then the second one, Professor Lutfi Nadi, about laser, and then Professor Steiner about the laser, and then another one, Kaiser, speaking about culture of Egypt or something like this. It was a series which continued over 20 years, a platform that merged people together to interact, and through the German Egyptian Week, 70 PhD were possible to be financed, not from state funds, neither from Egypt to Germany or Germany. Don't ask me how. Alone when the scientists gather together and speak about their interest, something useful will come. Certainly. If even you have a scientific dispute about theory or models, something will be used. Everybody will learn. Win always. Now you are gathering here. In parallel, this is here, we established the first association of the DAD alumni in Egypt. It was a very complicated process, and most of the elder people here who got a DAD scholarship, it was a wish. I succeeded to establish and still working. Another platform of gathering people and dialogue. If you look in our 20-year celebration, this is number the first batch of the honoree after 20 years who support GUC establishment. If you will look here, I cannot tell you which institutions they are representing here. It is from every institution in Germany and ministries and counties and federal and business and industry. It is a gathering of intellectuals gathered. Parallel, if you see, you have a panel discussion, and even Alexander von Humboldt and the DFG and accreditation agencies are gathered to talk about, and by the way, the title of this was Science Diplomacy. It was about exactly what you are gathering. For this reason, I'm happy and proud of. Again, as a side product of GUC, establishment of another university, which is the sister university, a new administrative capital upon the wish of Egypt to be accommodated there. Again, it was the foundation stone was laid by the vice chancellor at the time, Minister Altmaier, together like the GUC was founded in the presence of so. And this is the photos of it today in new administrative capital with 3,000 students in very advanced sciences are there. It started from material, polymer, very complicated subject, molecular dynamics and molecular packing of polymers on a very complicated atomistic calculation. Now it came to human being, to other subjects, and even flourished. Now let us speak to make the subject short. That's you, that's we, I'm belonging to this community, 392 high capacity in Egypt. And if we include the neighboring countries, it will be more. I think if we look here in the specializations that we have, 41% natural sciences, 25% the second big category, health and life sciences, 25%, 15% engineering, 13% agriculture, 6% human science. I think this is a great potential to do everything and to start. What we can start? We can start very big things. In fact, for you as a Humboldtian, I'm making an open invitation for you to utilize GUC and GIU as a platform for regular meetings, scientific meetings, organized sectorial. Somehow it is, we have here excellent current ambassador and excellent predecessors, ambassadors. I think that is, and we have so many Humboldtian as well at GUC. If we together will gather in different disciplines, and then we'll have discussions. Even publication, even discussion in our sciences, a feedback. How it will be? Enrichment is publication itself level. Others, young scientists, will hear, will listen to you, learn from you. We'll pave the way for them as future candidates for Alexander von Humboldt applications, and even younger for DRD application. We can make together joint research. Maybe if we'll have something, we can, in some cases, have a possibility for some usage for our advanced instruments that you saw. And if you will succeed more, we can organize for you conferences. For example, we had in the last 5 years, 6 conferences IEEE. Who has this? in any university in Egypt or in the region. This year, today is the second conference in IEEE, not IEEE, second international conference in this year 2023. We started this since, I think, today is it, since 39 days, and we have 2 international conferences already behind us. Most welcome. And if you will succeed in something, maybe you will allocate some funds. Maybe. In these hard times, it is not easy, but I think that in hard times, we can cooperate together. If you will understand the messages that I tried to make it with the compact video, how it flourished, this is really very unlimited. And I am ending my presentation with this. This is beyond. Your science, your knowledge is not localized. It is. If you look to the name of university, university is coming from universum in the Latin. Science is not localized for any, has no borders. What is very important to implement in the new incoming generations, and this is a patch of a graduation of only one night of the graduation that we are doing. It starts from so many persons, from my colleagues here in National Research Center, Cairo University. I am personally very proud that I'm a graduate of Cairo University, public university, and now we are here together to think about the beyond. Make the beyond. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Mansour, for this enlightening and inspiring talk. And of course, I am encouraging all our colleagues to take a part in this initiative offered by Professor Mansour. Now, the coming speaker will be introduced by Professor El-Fouli.
Thank you, Dr. Ashraf. Now, the next speaker is Dr. Thomas Hesse. I don't have CV, but he is well known to everybody who is here. He is the Deputy Secretary General of the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, the foundation which we are already gathering today under its flag. So, Dr. Thomas, please, the floor is yours. You and your foundation are not in need of any introduction.
Thank you so much for your kind question. And so let's try to get the so why doesn't that help? No, that's totally wrong. Why don't I get to the presentation? Ah, it's over there. So the idea is to run you through the Humboldt Foundation as a practical example of science diplomacy. And let's start with a very clear statement that all of you who have been to Germany, you know that now and then Germany is different from all the others. So, and you find that with the Humboldt Foundation as well. The Humboldt Foundation is called Mittlerorganisation. It's called an intermediary organization. I don't think that anywhere else in Germany. So why are we an intermediary organization plus like the really? That means we are pretty much in the middle between public and private. The idea behind that is quite simple. The Humboldt Foundation was founded in 1953. That was just 8 years after Germany managed to win to lose the Second World War in a road. And at that time, we don't have too many friends all over the world. And so we had a chancellor, by the name of Konrad Adenauer, who at the same time was our foreign minister. And we got the idea that it might be interesting and important to get Germany back into an international cooperation. And so we thought about how can we do that? And we identified a group of persons who nobody gave a damn about at that time, on the one hand, and on the other hand, that rather pretty high probability to become influential later on in their lives. And to your surprise, that were those researchers. And so he identified a totally clean future president of the foundation, that was Werner Heisenberg. Nobody ever thought that he was a Nazi. And Heisenberg said, "Here, that's a good idea, as long as we do it exactly as I want to have it." So the idea of the construction came from Adenauer, and the reason how to do things came from Heisenberg. And that's how we started. And whenever during my presentation you have the feeling and the idea that we are doing things in a somewhat strange way, that always goes back to the situation that we are rooted not in science policy, but in that we are rooted in science policy and not just a science support organization. So it's there, yes. So the idea of what we do is pretty much shown here: connecting academic excellence worldwide, knowledge transfer and cooperation at the highest level. Just a bit about our name patron. It's Alexander von Humboldt, lived in the end of the 18th, middle of the 19th century, was a discoverer, universal scholar, and himself a patron of excellent scientific talent. As I said, the foundation was created in 1953 in Bonn. And we kind of really follow in the footsteps of our name patron in this regard, that we want to build up an international network of academic cooperation and trust. And that's really important. And thank you, Professor Mansour, to mentioning that already. So what are we doing? We do sponsor international academics as part of a foreign culture and educational policy, as I said in the beginning. We do strengthen cutting-edge research through its internationalization. We do support the German research, the research location in Germany, and we try to advance development through academic cooperation. So now we come to the first point where the foundation starts to be different from other organizations. So first of all, we have very limited set of principles, but we quickly adhere to that. The most important principle is that we do sponsor people on projects. Why do we do that? Because people tend to stay longer on the team than projects. So we try to identify the bright minds and to support them. Still, everybody who's got support from the Humboldt Foundation will have to carry on the project. That's not the question. So what that means that we sponsor people in our project, that simply means that we may, but we must also apply as the sole selection criteria of the academic excellence, which means we just can't have programs for countries, for discipline, for whatever, as long as we are interested in only in the person. And what's the other trademark of the foundation is that we try to give the scientists and researchers supported by the foundation as much freedom to do what is possible, to do what they can do best, and that is not applying but carrying out research. Equal opportunities for female scientists is still a topic for the Humboldt Foundation. We are working on it, we're getting better, but we're not yet where we want to be, but we do offer additional, for example, targeted counseling, provision of information whatsoever. So we're really working on that topic. To give you an idea about how much money we are talking, our budget last year was about 150 million, and this year it's again about 150 million. What's interesting is that the Foreign Federal Ministry, which is our institutional sponsor, we were created by the Federal Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It's just in the first year it's all our budget, but now it's responsible only for about a third of our budget. And more than a half comes from our Ministry for Research, and we do have two other ministries as well. That shows you that those ministries got the idea that what we are doing, being rooted in the foreign cultural policy, is in their interest as well. They can use it, and we want to use it for the better of research, for the better of science, for the better for Germany and the world. So just a very brief outlook to the research location in Germany, because nobody applies for a Humboldt Research Foundation fellowship because it's just great to be a Humboldt, get a research fellowship. All those research apply because they want to carry out research in Germany with a certain person from whom they can learn. And that's exactly what could be the case, and what the foundation does is just enables this collaboration. And you do find lots of good researchers, not in every single scientific or academic discipline, but quite a number. And here you see the most important research institutions shown on a map of Germany. I will tell you there are, first of all, quite a large number. And on the second point that's quite interesting is that they are pretty much evenly distributed all over Germany. Getting into some detail with regard to the largest organizations, we have about 100 research universities, another 200 universities of applied science, best probably abroad, best known research institutes in Germany, and American Planck Institute, that carry out basic research, particularly in natural bioscience, but also in the humanities and social science. Nearly 80 Fraunhofer institutes concentrate on applied research. We have 18 Helmholtz centers, the real big centers with literally thousands of scientists, and they concentrate on national priority topics where you really need instruments like supercomputers and whatsoever. And then we have another group of institutes. So let's get to the programs of the foundation. So what we do is that we do have about 700 of our fellowships and awards. We start with PhD holders, which means the DAB is our younger sister. So they concentrate on short-term support and on students and PhD scholars support. And we start with PhD holders, and then we go through all the career stages up to full professor. And we try to offer attractive support schemes for them. What's really interesting is the last bullet point, that is we do individually support our fellows and award winners. The idea of the foundation is that once they return back home after 12 years to 2 years of working in Germany as a Humboldt fellow, Humboldt award winner, that they say, here that time was spent well from a professional, but also from a personal point of view. And that's why we need this individual and personal mentoring of them. This is not a take-home message at all. Shows you just 2 points. On the one hand is the vast majority of our programs is geared towards scholars from abroad, and only a very small program for academics from Germany, and those have to spend their research abroad at the institutes of Humboldtians who will return to their country. And on the other hand, you see that we do have a variety of programs that meet the need, or should, we hope, meet the needs of the researchers at different career stages. And the central trademark of the Humboldt Foundation is our alumni sponsorship. As I said this morning in my first remarks, the motto of the foundation is once a Humboldtian, always a Humboldtian. That's what I explain what that means. If, for example, one of our Humboldt research fellowship selection committee comprising of about 60 professors, maybe most of them from all disciplines, most of them from Germany, neighboring countries. If they select, for example, a physicist from Gambia to receive a Humboldt Research Fellowship in Humboldt Foundation, it's ready to support this young guy from Gambia, not only for half a year, 2 years, or whatsoever, but for the next 30 or 40 years. Not every single year, not with large amounts of money, but it's a continuous sponsorship allowing that guy from Gambia to maintain and expand his or her contact to the research scene in Germany. And we do have quite a number, and that's why we have this alumni sponsorship that's shown here. And we have different schemes in order to meet the needs of the individual alumni and alumni. Go into some detail with the research fellowships. Here we do have 2 programs. One of them is the Humboldt Research Fellowship Program. The other is the Georg Forster Research Fellowship. In principle, they're extremely identical with one big difference. And that is that Georg Forster Research Fellows are geared towards researchers who work on projects with relevance to the further development of their home country or region. In all our fellowship programs, we have introduced 2 lines. Yes, the one is that for postdoctoral researchers, the one is for experienced researchers. By our definition, a postdoctoral researcher is somebody who has gotten his or her PhD examination less than up to 4 years ago, and an experienced researcher is somebody who has spent up to 12 years after having gained the PhD. Again, the sponsorship schemes are very similar. The main difference is that experienced researchers can divide their research period into three packages in 3 consecutive years. And that shows you that this type of research fellowship is geared towards scientists who have already gained some leadership position as a group leader or whatsoever in their institution, and thus can't leave that for extended periods of time. Forget about that. This is for the program. For the German ones, I just talked about it very briefly, but we can forget about that. This team is just exactly the same. So, but let's talk about application requirements. Let's start from the bottom, and that tells you that in the vast majority of disciplines, the knowledge of German is not necessary. Typically, it's okay if the applicants are fluent in English. That is different if you're working in the law, as a medical doctor with patients, if you're working on German, whatever, physicists and history, then it might be different, but at least 95% get along with nice. As I said, we concentrate during the selection on the individual person, but still they have to carry out the research while we in Germany, so they have to submit an independent research proposal. What's really important is that for every application, everybody must have identified a researcher in Germany who is willing to host him or her in case that a fellowship is rewarded, and I'm going to come back to that point a little bit later. You won't be surprised that we insist on academic publications. The only interesting thing about that is for the experienced researchers, we expect what we call a comprehensive academic publication. The idea is what's as a committee member, selection committee member, you have a very limited setup of hard points on which you can build up on your selection. For example, the comprehensive means the selection committee members see this guy has been doing this, wants to do that, and that's an A. That's a good move. That's a clever move. That makes sense. So that's why we insist on that comprehensiveness. And as I said, the experienced researchers side is geared towards those group leaders, assistant professors, whatsoever. So the application procedure is really straightforward. That can be handed in any time, and will be assessed by independent peer reviewers. Typically, it's 2, one of them maybe a member of the committee, but there's another one, at least another one. The decision is taken by an independent selection committee, as I said, 50 members with from all different disciplines. Everybody's got a vote in that, so the implicit for the journalist application as well, and the ministry that give the money, they also have one vote, so we have about 60 for the researchers, and we do one for the research ministry. And the whole thing takes about 4 to 7 months, as we have 3 meetings per year. We try to squeeze it into the next one, and it doesn't get into the following one. So that's an interesting information here. So what are the benefits provided? And that shows that the foundation acts different than other foundations and supporters of science and research. So you get a fellowship, you get a travel lump sum. That's fine. You get that from everybody. Otherwise, you wouldn't need a fellowship. And then the kind of different stuff. You get a language course. It's not just for the fellow, also for the spouse. Even though I told you that you don't have to be able to speak German, because the vast majority of these carry out research in German. Why do we do that? That's because our roots are in foreign culture and politics. Because we simply know that if you are a young Indian woman for the first time out of that continent, Asia, coming to Germany for 2 years, it's cold, it's dark, it's wet, it's horrible. If you then just sit there and you can only teach Indian English, you stand a problem. Life will be much more fun if you can go to a German bakery and not all over, but in Croatia with beer. It's simple. It's beer in German as well. But otherwise, so that's the idea behind that. That's why we do that. We are interested that our fellows bring their families to it for the same reason. if you're living as the same young Indian lady in Germany for 2 years and you have and the kids are still in India, life is no fun at all. We want to have that fun while they are in Germany. So, as I already talked a bit about this intensive and individual mentoring in Germany, the idea of making them happy, realizing that it's worth staying in Germany for 2 years, for one person, but also from a professional point of view. Then we have really strange things. There's study to a network meeting, annual meeting. You don't need that in order to carry out great research in Germany. We still offer that advice. Yes, you don't need that from the culture and educational politics. Study here means that we carry during summertime 2 weeks busloads of volunteers to Germany. We want to make them in their scouts to see areas they otherwise would not see. We are interested in getting them interested in Germany, in German science, in German research, but also German history, German language, German geography, German whatsoever. We want to bind them. We want to get them interested in maintaining contact with Germany. All that we are talking about science, promising about that. On the other hand, yes, then we have a network meeting that's once they come to Germany, we gather them together. They have the same questions, so we meet with people from the Humboldt Foundation whatsoever. But the really great thing, and probably everybody who ever attended in this hall, sitting in this hall, this annual meeting, recalls what happened. But when we have gathered all of the audience who are there in June, in Germany with their spouses, with their kids, and have a meeting, and that includes a reception at the office by the President of the Federal Republic of Germany. So that's just a pleasure to see those 1,000 people jumping around in his garden. We have a playground for the kids. It's fantastic. And it's the Humboldt Foundation, the only foundation that is honored in this way. It's not a foundation that is honored, but the employees who are honored in that way. Because Germany, including the President of Germany, is interested in those people. On the other hand, we like them. We could use all those involvements for our own workforce. No question about that, but we prefer that to go home. In order to make them really go home, we even give some of the money to make them go home, and that's particularly great for the global south, enabling them to maintain a certain kind of level of their research that is quite not just as bad as it would have been in the global south. But again, we try to get back again, have the by our alumni scholarship come back to Germany for a couple of weeks, couple of months, get a German postdoc to them, get the equipment, whatsoever. So, as I said, prior to application, everybody has to identify a person who would be interested in hosting him or her research, say in Germany. And that is extremely important because only pretty much optimal 53 applicants post opens a chance to get it to work. Because it really must be the selection committee member must be convinced it's a great idea to bring this to get a new one is written by the proposal written by the applicant. And there are different ways if anybody is interested. Later on, the simplest one is ask somebody who knows Germany, or if you have papers from somebody working in Germany and you like the paper, it might be a good idea to contact that person. But there are more sophisticated ways, and they are written down on that slide. Let me very briefly. Am I doing anything wrong? There are other programs the Humboldt Foundation offers. We have this research award that's typically for well-established professions, and then second as a Humboldt Research Fellowship open for everybody from all over the world. We have a New York Research Fellowship to applicants. So we have Humboldt Research Award, but we also have a New York Research Award. Yes, it's open for leaders in research from the global south. And with regard to those sponsorships, we are extremely flexible. They can come up to 12 months. They can have it 12 months in a row, 12 times 1 month. We don't mind. They should do it the best they can do. And we have another interesting fellowship program, that's the so-called International Climate Protection Fellowship. And that is funded by our federal ministry for the environment, and it shows that they realize that they can make use of our schemes for their priority. And here we support prospective leaders and prospects on non-European transition and development countries who are interested in this topic, who are carrying things out. Those are the kind of practitioners who are in the working industry and NGOs and whatsoever. And so that's a real fantastic program. Here we don't insist on PhDs. It's as I said, typically us at a university degree, bachelor's or equivalent academic degree, but they also want to show a clearly visible leadership potential, which tells you that we can do a paper-based selection. But we have to invite a lot of interviews, and that's exactly what we do. Yes, let's talk about the Humboldt network in Egypt. You see here the distribution of the 30,000 Humboldtians worldwide, and you're probably not surprised when you see that in the MENA region in Sub-Saharan Africa and Australia and New Zealand there aren't too many Humboldtians. And if we have a closer look at the network in Northern Africa, we have right now 315 fellows and award winners in Egypt, and that is by far the largest group in this Northern African region. That's kind of a detour, but it's an important detour because that shows you the distribution of the cohort of Humboldt fellows, Georg Forster and Humboldt Research Fellows of the cohort 2017 to 2021 by continent of origin. Again, that won't surprise you too much, and the numbers are not that interesting, more than a third from Europe, good quarter from Asia, whatsoever. Real take-home message. This is not something that quota induced by the Humboldt Foundation. It's just a result of the number and the quality of applications from applicants residing in those areas. Yeah, that is I don't like this graph too much because it shows two things. On the one hand, the number of applications from Egypt have been decreasing over the last 5 years dramatically. We had a high time back in the 1960s and 1970s. Then we had numbers of 10 to 15 awards per year. And it's a long time ago. And now we are down to between 2 and 10 awards, fellowship awards per year. That's still not so much. And in fact, that means that the network in Egypt is getting older and older. And we would like to combat that. But for that, we need larger money. That's really definitely necessary. We would like to ask for your personal support in that venue. We do have, as I said, this Georg Forster Research Award as well, and we have now and then we do have those Forster fellowships awarded. Tomorrow, I'm going to meet one of those guys at the American University in Cairo. So disciplines of that. Let's skip that. Says, and that's the institution with the largest number of Humboldtians. I kind of would guess that everybody of you would have kind of guessed how the distribution looks like. So Cairo University, #1, NOC, #2, Ain Shams University, Asyut, Alexandria, ASRT. It runs the way everybody would guess. But GUC is already playing a pretty good role. Just take into account that GUC just got 20 years of age. And yeah, so that's a good sign. Alumni sponsorship in Egypt is an interesting thing. So, for example, we have this research group linkage program. As I said, the Humboldt Foundation tries to sustainably support its alumni abroad, and one of those programs we offer is this research group linkage program. The idea is pretty simple. You have a researcher in Birmingham, you have a researcher in Egypt. They cooperate, and for the duration of 3 years, we fund their project with up to 55,000 €. And from that, they can pay whatever they need in order to have that cooperation one, whether it's students travel, small equipment, whatsoever. So they decide on it, and that's it. And we have a very nice MOU with ASRT since 2020. Alumni from Egypt will apply for additional funding of up to 1 million Egyptian pounds in addition to this 55,000 euros. And for the time being, we have 3 active research group linkage program in Egypt, 1 at NRC. Then we have the Humboldt colleagues. You attend one, so I don't have to talk too much about that. It's 7 colleagues in Egypt in the last 5 years, and taking into account that we had a COVID-19 pandemic in between, that's quite a number. Yes, and if you have any question, you can either ask me right now, or you can send to info@afvh.de. That sounds like it's efficient. Email address from typically nobody can send to those type of addresses. You're going to get an answer. That's it. Just today. So that's it.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hessa, for this interesting presentation. Actually, with the slogan, once a Humboldtian, always a Humboldtian, actually, there is no foundation like the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation. Also, I liked so much your idea about how the foundation was established by idea from Chancellor Konrad Adenauer and Dr. Heisenberg, who is a Nobel Prize winner. And it seems that no one can resist science diplomacy.
Now, before we come to the next presentation, I would like to use this opportunity to announce that the Humboldt Association in Egypt is having an election for a new board. And the application for election of the new board is within this week, and it will close at the end of the next week. So please, those who are here, they are interested to join the board. We hope to have new generation in the board. Dr. Iba, you know him, is the ambassador, and he is a very, very active member of the association. He has the application forms with him. You can write and the application form, and there's some other documents should be attached to it. Please do it before you leave, because we need as much as possible applications in order to have real elections. So we don't want to have only some people who are few people and have have no election. So as much as possible, those who want to really to reactivate the association. Thank you very much. Now we come to the next presentation. The next presentation is by Dr. Shafi Dedra. You have heard him this morning. He is the chairman of the International Union of Biological Sciences. Please. Thank you.
So, how much time? Okay, I'll be brief. So, I represent here International Union of Biological Sciences, and it has, as I already mentioned in the morning, it works in the area of biodiversity, in science, as well as education for climate change and biodiversity. Now, in the context of today's theme, the science talk about a couple of projects, bring in large number of nations together to address the problems which individually a nation cannot solve on its own, whether it is a developed country or the developing country or lower or middle income countries. no country can solve such large problems such as climate change and loss of biodiversity and zoonotic diseases. As you all know, what's happening because of the climate change and other problems that is caused by human activity is our ability to predict future, which is really the very essence of science, is actually becoming less and less possible. So we are actually, the predictability is sort of, our ability to predict is becoming less. There is increased incidence of epidemics and pandemic. And now, just to give you an idea about how we connect the basic science to science policy and diplomacy. And this is the National Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development as declared by the United Nations of Organization. There are many activities around this one, particularly to connect basic science. Now, the very fundamental understanding of biology or life, molecular basis of life, and also at the larger scale, both at the cellular, organismal, population, and ecological scale, in the area of basic science. Now, starting with Mendel, who talked about the patterns of inheritance, he discovered how variations that are sort of present in the populations and they are inherited is in a particular pattern. And that sort of gave an idea about what could be the nature of what we call now genes. And those days, he never used the word gene. And later, Darwin came out with a fantastic theory of evolution, which has turned out to be a landmark discovery in the human history, which explained the origin and continuation of variations, which ultimately may lead to new species. And that's what biodiversity is all about. Biodiversity within the population diversity and between the population diversity. And subsequently, over 100 years of work has led to identification of the chemical basis of life, and which is common across all living organisms that we have discovered today. From bacteria to human, DNA is the genetic material, and how information is decoded through a two-step process is highly conserved. This is all the basic science or fundamental science. This knowledge has generated all kinds of product that we talk about. Not only we understand life in the grandeur, presence it has, it also has a lot of biomedical applications, right? And agriculture, particularly for food production and all. And this knowledge has extensively shared, and people have collaborated to generate new varieties of high-yielding crops or salt-resistant or drought-resistant varieties, and also in biomedical applications, particularly in developing vaccines, which have saved billions of lives across the world over several decades now. Interestingly, the basic science also not only talked about how information is coded and decoded and how information is inherited, it also talks about the source of variations. The source of variations is simply because of the very chemistry of DNA. Every time when DNA replicates, there is a possibility that you will have mismatch, base pair mismatch, and this base pair mismatch is tolerated during the DNA replication, particularly a small number ones, 1 in million bases or so on an average, is tolerated in the DNA, and that sort of spreads in the population, generating new variants. And every time there's a DNA replication, some new variations, these new variations may or may not get selected in the population. Sometimes they just simply spread as genetic drift, random drift, or sometimes they do get selected and the frequency increases, and ultimately leading to all kinds of life forms that we see today, or those who have become extinct in the past. And fundamental science has also told us that diversity is key for survival. And while in agriculture, we are aiming for homogeneity of crops, or in veterinary, homogeneity of animals, so that we can get good number out of yield. But what is important is the survival depends on the variations. And there could be all kinds of changes in the environment, both physical and biological environment. Unless organisms adapt to the changing environment, will not be able to survive. Organisms can survive only in the population there is sufficient variations. So the biodiversity is an outcome of understanding the fundamental, the biology, and that basically has led us to very different ways in which we can conserve the biodiversity. The very purpose of conserving biodiversity is not simply for any aesthetic value. It is the very survival of our own species as well as all other life forms on Earth. And as you know, there are some of the direct direct benefit of having biodiversity in your own neighborhood. It's not about, what percentage of biodiversity should be maintained across the globe is not that kind of a statistics. It should be actually in your own neighborhood, because there is a direct benefit in terms of its ecosystem function and services for our own survival. Every part of the world, every small region of the world should maintain its own biodiversity, local biodiversity. And this information, while, as you know, basically the knowledge related to biodiversity is so global, but what you need to do is very local, right? You need to conserve your own local biodiversity. It could be desert, ecosystem, or it could be more rainforest ecosystem, doesn't matter. Whatever the ecosystem, it has to be conserved for our survival and for well-being. So in that context, scientific knowledge is being shared and spread and across the world, which basically is the essence of the policy and diplomacy as far as IUBS is concerned. Now, in the context of climate change, which I don't have to repeat, everybody has been talking about climate change. One of the most, rather than worst impact of climate change, it's its negative impact on the sustainability and equitability in terms of development across the world. The cause of climate change could be many reasons. Origin of the cause could be in one or two different parts of the world, but its impact is global. And then people are suffering, not necessarily because of their own making, because of problems originated elsewhere. But we need to solve this problem. We cannot simply blame others and then wait for some solution to appear. The solution again had to be somewhat more local. I'll come to that in a minute. We also need to understand, in the context of the pandemic that we just went through, that what are the different reasons we may end up having another pandemic or a new zoonotic disease and an emergence. Because of the climate change, the organisms or populations are under severe selection pressure, which is basic fundamental knowledge. And because of further, habitat degradation or sort of deforestation, there is what is also known as forest fragmentation or habitat fragmentation. This puts in additional the selection pressure on the organisms at a certain threshold level of when the host biodiversity or host genetic diversity is diminished. At the same time, pathogen diversity may be still increased, rather big, simply because pathogens are always in large number compared to its host. There could be a possibility of new variant of the pathogens which may emerge, which may actually jump to a new species, causing what is called zoonotic diseases. So this fundamental science is very important to understand and prevent future epidemics. Just to tell you how this kind of a science, policy, and diplomacy helps, the current COVID-19 pandemic itself is a good example. All the knowledge that is generated is actually shared in real time, should be shared in real time. Democratization of knowledge is extremely important. All of us, irrespective of what we discover, how we discover, on what topic we discover, has to be uploaded and made it accessible to everybody. The whole humanity is actually working towards, because whatever we discover is based on some discovery is done elsewhere. It's not that everything is discovered once. without from a blank slate. It's something like what Newton said, that if I've done something, if I could see farther, it's because I'm standing on the shoulder of giants. Basically means the knowledge is, produced on a mountain of pre-existing knowledge, right? So in that context, to address the climate change problem, it's very important that, or related to any diseases, very important that we share knowledge. So cooperation, collaboration at both national and international level, sharing, peer review, external validation, etc., are some of the main features of the modern research enterprise. Look at what happened in COVID-19. Within days of the appearance of the COVID-19 symptoms, scientists discovered which virus is causing the problem, which pathogen, and then found out to be virus, how it infects humans and causes the disease, and how it spreads from person to person. This information helped across the world to design and strategy test, isolate, and quarantine. For example, the first time in the history of a major infectious disease, we put RT-PCR test as a non-pharmaceutical intervention to test, identify, and isolate and quarantine individuals who are positive, so that the spread can be controlled. And also within a year, we had vaccines and drugs. And all this was possible because we had mountain of knowledge on the fundamental science related to the chemistry of life, and also making very different recombinant proteins and vaccines. And that enabled very quickly to deploy this. And because the knowledge, whether it to do RT-PCR or to develop or administer vaccines, was available across the globe freely, and that enabled. And that's the one clearly gives you a very good evidence that why we should share knowledge and work together. As I already mentioned, that while the cause of the climate change, the science of climate change is global, its impact is very local. Different parts of the world has different ways climate change is impacting and affecting their lives and livelihoods. So to address this problem again, while we share knowledge, while we share the scientific expertise, but every country, every region has to innovate its own new solutions. So it's very important that we need to educate our citizens, the global citizens, every one of them, to be aware of the science of climate change and also think of an innovative solutions for their own regions. So IUBS, let's skip this, has initiated a project in this direction to make every citizen of the world aware of the cause of the climate change and very different ways one can develop solutions to mitigate or revert the problem of the climate change. We have generated a large number of teaching and learning resources across different disciplines, and using variety of different types of pedagogical methods, so that the climate change related topics can be deployed across the curriculum across the globe. So, for example, idea is, if you want to teach climate change as a standalone topic, very often there will be resistance, because some people want to become a doctor, some may want to become an engineer, or some may want to become a diplomat. So they will have their own topics they want to learn in a higher education or in a school system. But if you try to bring in climate change as a case study while teaching whatever the disciplinary topic that you teach, then every citizen, every student will be able to understand the science of climate change and its impact and the ways to address the problem. So this is what it means, the climate change across the curriculum and across the globe. So just to give you an example, we have resources on website on variety of different disciplines. Take biology as an example. So we have very different topics in biology which you want to teach in the classroom. And you can use climate change as an example for additional reading, additional activities, or some pedagogical method, or directly related to or connecting the fundamental science to the applicable science. And we also, for example, very different types of lesson plans we have generated as a proof of concept so that a teacher can understand how one can integrate climate change topics with the core curricular topics, and then they can develop their own lesson plans later. And we also have a variety of different teaching tools. Some could be fieldwork, some could be classroom-based, some could be games, and could be other things. Just to give you one example how some of the teachers themselves have developed. Our way of working in this project is provide some proof of the concept lesson plan, some ways of integrating climate change topics with the core curricular topics. Then I'll, encourage teachers to come out with their own lesson plans. So when we did a workshop for teachers in Uganda, some teachers came out how to teach some plant physiology connecting to climate change. And as you all know, there are three major plant types, particularly in the context of photosynthesis, C3, C4, and CAM. And they basically talked about when you're teaching the classification of plants in terms of their physiology related to photosynthesis, they tried to explain what are the different subtypes of plants which are resilient to climate change and why, and what are the physiological parameters which help them to become resilient. For example, bamboo is one of them. And they talked about bamboo is a CAM plant, why is it resilient to climate change, particularly in the context of Ugandan ecosystem. And it turned out that there's another lesson plan they developed because also some conservation biologists, and they could also see that there is very easy to teach this topic along with plant physiology and conservation and biodiversity when you talk about the conservation of mountain gorillas, which is one of the endangered species. Because of the climate change, Ugandan ecosystem was changing and they had to plant bamboo, and the bamboo shoots is also the food for the Ugandan mountain gorillas, which also helped in the conservation efforts. So these kind of lesson plans they developed, which is now being used across the world as proof of concept, how to develop lesson plans to integrate climate change topics in the core curriculum. Of course, whatever we did was also wanted to disseminate. We are organizing a large number of workshops. Unfortunately, because of the pandemic, many of the in-person workshops are all not happening. Some of the online workshops happened since 2020, but these are the ones in-person workshop we are organizing in 2019, 18 and 19, and many of those teachers are spreading this to the other schools and colleges in their part of the world. And there are some of the workshop, and you can see the one in the middle bottom is where we organized right here in Egypt, in Cairo, and Mohammed is in the picture here. And of course, all of these things we could do in truly as an international partnership. So the science policy and diplomacy and partnership is working to the hilt, in this project. As you can see, the number of partners are quite a few. I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your Noor. Thank you very much for your interesting presentation and the possibilities of cooperation with the International Union. Now we come to the next presentation. This is Professor Dr. Kelly Gardner from the United States. Have a short CV. The UN 2000. Oh, sorry. He is the chief editor and editor-in-chief of Science and Diplomacy section in the American Association for Advancement of Sciences. He was advisor to the Senate in the United States, and he had different positions in international cooperation in science. And he was also a fellow of the American Association for Advancement of Sciences and fellow of the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure and it's an honor to be with all of you today. I came from a long way, but the meeting already has been well worth the time and effort. I've learned a lot from the speakers this morning in the two sessions. I'm a physicist by background. I'm not a Humboldtian, but I chair the board of an organization called the American Friends of the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation in the United States. And the reason I joined the board a number of years ago was I admired greatly what the Humboldt Foundation has accomplished in internationalizing German science. And I thought there were many things that the United States could learn from the experience of the Humboldt Foundation. And that also I've been rewarded by learning many things through my affiliation with the Humboldt Foundation, also giving me the opportunity to be with all of you today. My talk is really going to address primarily to the young people in the audience. With all the challenges that the world faces today, I always get optimistic when I take with young people, young scientists. They're very idealistic. They want to use their expertise to try to make the world a better place. Of course, we're leaving a lot of problems in their hands, but anyway, they do make me feel that I can be optimistic even with the challenges that the world faces today. What I'm going to talk about is my own experience with science diplomacy and with sustainable development, not so much to tell you about me, but it's really to perhaps be a message to the young people, whatever field of science you're in, however you pursue your research, you stay in the laboratory at a university, teaching for your whole career. You can also work to try to engage with your society, with your government, with scientists around the world, trying to use your talents, again, to help to solve the problems that we face at the national level, the international level, as well as at the local level. So let me start out with, oops, if I can. If I can figure out how to move the slide. Oh, that one would be great. I wanted to start out with a definition of sustainable development that came back from a famous report, international report in 1987. It goes by the name of the Brundtland Report. The chairman of the committee that wrote it for the United Nations was Roland Brundtland. And it's been sort of the canonical definition of sustainable development, where it talks about development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. I'm going to actually provide at the end of my talk an amendment. So I think it does not quite capture what science and technology can do. So anyway, I apologize to Ms. Brundtland that I'm making an edit on her definition. Although I was a theoretical physicist, a research physicist, a professor, get the right slide again. There it is. That's the wrong way. I actually went on a sabbatical to the U.S. National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine back over 30 years ago, 1991. It was to go take a sabbatical for my university to head the international office of the National Academy of Sciences. And it was, again, a fascinating experience working with countries around the world, particularly on international scientific collaboration. But a president came in 2 years later. Many of you may know, he's a biologist, Bruce Alberts, and he asked me to stay on, which I did for almost the next 20 years, to be the executive officer of the National Academy of Sciences and the National Research Council. But the Academy of Sciences actually got to start at a very difficult time in the United States during the American Civil War. It was not a part of the government, but was created through a governmental charter, 1863, besides being an academy to honor famous scientists and later engineers and medical professionals. It was also supposed to advise the nation, the American society, and the government when requested. And that's actually how it's evolved since then to doing roughly 200 reports a year on all kinds of issues where science, technology, information is really essential to deal with the challenges that our societies, at least the American government, have to deal with. And I want to show pictures of a couple reports that came out during my tenure there, but two of them in particular. The two in particular, the first one is called Our Common Journey, A Transition Towards Sustainability. It was looking at the role of science and technology for helping to achieve sustainable development. And you notice it's kind of a play on words with Our Common Future, the Brundtland Report, but it's called Our Common Journey. The reason why the word journey is there to emphasize that it really is a journey. It's a road, the scientific community engaging with society, with the government community. Learning is by doing if we're going to make progress on sustainable development. The other report also came out in 1999. By the way, both of these reports, neither was funded by the US government. It was actually funded by private individuals. So it shows you that private philanthropists can also have a very positive impact on doing things. This one was called A Pervasive Role of Science, Technology, and Health in Foreign Policy Imperatives for the Department of State. Again, it was making the point that for diplomats these days, most of the issues that they deal with have some very important component that involve science, technology, information, and they have to be much more aware. They have to have more expertise in our foreign ministry in order to deal with these issues. One of the recommendations was to create the position of the Science and Technology Advisor to the US Secretary of State. The Department of State is our foreign ministry. And after I retired in 2011 from the National Academy of the Sciences, I became the Science and Technology Advisor for 3 years to the Secretary of State. So that's where I really learned. And although I learned about science diplomacy outside of government, it was inside government where I gained even more. I also just wanted to show you a couple other, out of the 200 reports done a year by the academies, there's some that I'm so very fond of. This is one called Science and Technology Strategies of 6 Countries. It was actually requested by the US government. What they were asking was to look at six important countries around the world. They're making progress in science. What was the key factor that they were able to make progress? And the committee looked at all kinds of data, information, patents, research funding, and they came to a conclusion that surprised them. The most important factor actually had to do with the culture of the country, that more than any other single factor affected to what extent it could actually take scientific and technological knowledge and turn it into innovation and benefiting society. Several that were working in collaboration with countries, particularly emerging countries in Africa. This one, the African Science Academy Development Initiative. With countries, China, energy futures and urban air pollution. Even with countries where the United States government has had a very difficult relationship with the government of Iran for 20 years. Both governments wanted their science communities to collaborate and engage and do studies together. And this was one, science is a gateway to understanding. So in this experience, serving first in the academies and for helping do these studies that help advise the government as well as the public in the United States, it really was an example of trying to take scientific knowledge and help provide evidence to decision makers with the things that they have to take into account in public policy as well as in actions. And so this was an op-ed I had in Nature about encourage governments to heed science advice. You've heard a lot about science diplomacy today, and the previous speakers are absolutely right. Science diplomacy is a concept that's been around a long time, although just the name science diplomacy, dropping the and, so it's not science and diplomacy, is maybe a decade old. It has made it popular, which is a good thing. But it's been decades going back. We heard about the IUBS was 1919, I believe. So 100 years, certainly 40 years, science diplomacy has been practiced around the world. But now I think the diplomats have recognized that it's more important than ever, given how important scientific information is to things today. And I want to, in the typical kind of definition, it's science aiding diplomacy, how science engagement, scientific information can be used to help advance diplomatic goals. But it's also as how diplomacy can help advance science, can aid science. As you know, there are a lot of political obstacles sometimes in terms of international scientific collaboration. Sometimes they come from things just like visas. It can be with concerns about other issues like security issues. So we need even more help from our diplomats to help advance the scientific enterprise. But the last one, in those last bullet I have down there, one of the things that scientific information and technologies provide is sometimes it is able to leap over the diplomatic hurdles and achieve progress that could not be achieved merely by diplomacy alone. I mean, a great example of this is the Montreal Protocol. It involved the work of the scientists who got the Nobel Prize, looking at the threat to the ozone layer from chlorofluorocarbons, but it also involved the companies that developed new refrigerants that did not use chlorofluorocarbons, but also involved key diplomats in countries that worked to come up with the text in the agreement of the Montreal Protocol back in the late 1980s. So science and technology, I guess, in looking at some of the challenges we face today, I'm hoping again that advances in science and technology can leap over some of the diplomatic and other problems and challenges that we have in the world. When I was the science and technology advisor to the US Secretary of State, and it was set up as a non-political position to be for 3 years, it would go from one Secretary of State to another, from one governmental administration, even when it changed parties, to the next one. And the kind of things that I focused on, I was there from 2011 to 2014. Certainly that top one there, promote science, technology, innovation to support economic growth and knowledge-based societies worldwide. But also the fourth one down there, empower women through science. I had many, although the last one was, I think, also really important, tracking emerging scientific trends and transformational technologies that for long-term decision-making. The diplomats have recognized, they see great opportunities for the rapid advances in science and technology, creating great opportunities, but they also see it creating these new technologies, whether it's artificial intelligence, robotic gene editing, creating not only opportunities, but also potential great disruptions to societies, and also can create threats. So it really becomes an important and imperative for the scientific community to help maximize the opportunities as well, deal with the threats and prevent them becoming serious problems for the world. The one thing about in talking with, I engaged with maybe 70 countries around the world when I was serving in the US Department of State. And the thing that amazed me was every country I talked to, at least these are people dealing with science in the government, as also with the scientific community in countries. The number one thing they wanted to talk about before anything else was how can we move faster in sort of harnessing science, technology, innovation to benefit our society, our prosperity, our security, to help our country solve its national problems, as well as help solve the global problems like climate change that the world faces. And they're all of them are, even if they didn't like the US government, they very much wanted to engage with the scientists in our universities and our research laboratories. So science in this case was a great unifier in terms of one way it can help diplomats sometimes. It's an opportunity to engage with a country even when governments do not get along. We've all heard about the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. Because of that 1999 report called Our Common Journey, the diplomats, when they were negotiating the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, they also realized that they had to do a better job to harness science, technology, innovation if they're going to make progress in the 2030 agenda along these 17 goals. And so they debated a lot about exactly how to do that, what they needed to create as part of the 2030 agenda that could help accelerate the use of science for solving the problems, making progress on the goals. And you probably all are familiar with the 17 goals. I love the call the 5 Ps. The first 5 dealing with people, the next 5 dealing with prosperity, then several dealing with the planet, only environmental ones like biodiversity that we've heard about today, but also including peace and partnerships. But in addition to the 17 goals, of course, there are targets to be achieved and indicators to measure. And although I think the targets and indicators are very important, there are also limitations to them. If you take the one on health, for example, it has very detailed targets about how well a country is doing with its whole health apparatus. The United States did exceedingly well on all of those targets and indicators. And yet the United States, much to my surprise, did really poorly in dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic. So even though we were great on the indicators of the targets in health, we didn't do such a great job, at least in the first year and a half of dealing domestically as well as globally, I think, with the pandemic. So the targets and indicators don't quite capture everything. I think I'll skip that one. I just want to tell you that the targets are quite detailed. If you never looked at this, it's the one dealing with infrastructure and industrialization and innovation, like mentions of science, but science is actually relevant to every one of the 17 goals. It's not just pigeonholed within one goal. In terms of the diplomats and trying to decide how they were going to do a better job harnessing science, what they created was something with a strange name called the Technology Facilitation Mechanism. It was actually negotiated between countries in Addis Ababa in Africa, and it was mainly the diplomats at the UN who had many debates and discussions, never getting very far on intellectual property rights, but they knew technology was really important. So they wanted to create something that would help facilitate technology to accomplishing the Sustainable Development Goals, and it had several components to it. One was every year at the United Nations in May, there would be what they called a multi-stakeholder forum, so not just diplomats, but it would involve people from civil society, from academic institutions, indigenous groups, and governments and diplomats to talk about, again, how science could be harnessed better for making progress. It also included a 10-person advisory group appointed by the Secretary General to help advise on this issue, and I was the co-chair for the first 2 years. But probably the most innovative aspect, one of the most innovative aspects, was creating what was called the IATT, the Interagency Task Team. You know, there are lots of international agencies, UN agencies, but they always don't necessarily work that well together, even though a lot of them have science as part of their mission. So what the IATT did was each on this interagency task team, each got one representative, and that they would work on, they would break up into work groups, and the work groups would address issues that at least some subgroup of them thought was really important. And they have actually made a lot of progress. So the IATT was an innovation that helped, and it wasn't a technological innovation. It was a people institutional innovation. There's also a series of global sustainable development reports done every 4 years. The next one is actually going to come out in 2023 at the UN General Assembly. This is actually quite an important year in the UN 2030 agenda, going from 2015 to 2030. We're now at the midway point, 2023. So at the General Assembly, there's going to be a review this year of progress towards achieving the SDGs and what has to be done looking towards the future. There's also another, it's not part of the TFM, but it's a very useful exercise called voluntary national reviews that are done by countries. There are only 4 countries around the world that haven't done a voluntary national review, and I'm sorry to admit that the United States is one of them. I could give you my reasons for that, but there's a lot going on in the United States, but it's not the language of the politicians at the top. It's coming from the work primarily at the subnational level. So this was the picture of that first 10-member group, the one that it was great. 5 women, 5 men, 5 from developed countries, 5 from developing countries. Again, a very wise group of people that I engaged with. I learned a lot from them. Well, one issue that we championed in those days was we recognized that the aspirational rhetoric of the Sustainable Development Goals is wonderful. One of our colleagues called it the great gift to humanity. It's like the United Nations also having the human rights going back to the late 1940s. So the rhetoric is wonderful, but the real task is actually how do you turn that into action? How do you accomplish things at every level, from the local up to the global level, stimulate action? And so we tried this first group, and some of the ideas that we had have taken off. One was develop what we call STI for SDGs roadmaps. And what that is, science, technology, innovation for the Sustainable Development Goals roadmaps. You know, roadmap comes from the technology side, like in semiconductors. It's a plan with actions that are scheduled out over time. There's also a process for reviewing, again, what works and what doesn't work, and making corrections, but ultimately trying to reach long-term goals. So these roadmaps are not the roadmaps for achieving the SDGs. They're roadmaps for how can we harness better science and technology innovation to help accomplish making progress on the SDGs. And with the help of several countries, international organizations, 6 emerging country, developing countries, at various levels agreed to become pilot countries for developing their STI for SDGs roadmaps. And it's not supposed to be just a top-down roadmap, but one that was actually produced by engaging with society. So it's involving civil society, the scientific community. Of course, that's more challenging sometimes to do in practice than it is in rhetoric, but that was the idea. The 6 pilot countries, 3 were in Africa: Ethiopia, Ghana, and India. Ethiopia, Ghana, and Kenya, included in India, Serbia, and Ukraine. And there are roughly 20 other sort of emerging countries that were looking at perhaps drawing into this exercise, where they had some financial assistance from the developed countries that helped, and from the international agencies. But these pilot countries, it really started out moving fast in 2019. But there's also a serious lesson if you look at the 6 countries. It shows you that perhaps the biggest obstacle to achieving sustainable development really comes from wars and conflicts. There's Ukraine. After the Russian invasion of Ukraine last year, they were making progress on their STI for SDGs roadmaps, and of course now totally changed. The other, Ethiopia has had a civil war, although perhaps there are glimmers of reaching more peaceful agreements now. But it shows you that still dealing with conflicts and wars, which was the original purpose of the United Nations, is as important now as it was then. I just want to mention that one of the previous speakers mentioned the International Institute for Flight Systems Analysis at EASA. One of my colleagues on that first 10-member group is from EASA, and he spearheaded a report that EASA has done several reports that have the title "The World in 2050," which I think are well worth reading. They're all available on the web for free, in the 6 big transformations that are required to make progress. Let me go back a minute to emerging technologies, the things that prevent opportunities as well as threats and disruption. Science and technology is moving incredibly fast. It makes it even more important for scientists to take on a responsibility of helping inform their leaders in government, but also their society about what the threats are as well as the opportunities. And I've learned scientists are not better predictors than anyone else about the future, but sometimes they can get a glimpse of the things that are appearing, and they can help our societies to deal with them. And it has been a major issue highlighted at the UN STI forums. The next one's actually going to occur in May. For 2 years, it was virtual, but now it's going back to in person. And then I mentioned that 2023, this stock taking of the progress being made on SDGs at this midpoint. So should we be optimistic or pessimistic as we look to the future? I mentioned talking to young people makes me optimistic, but we've had to deal with the pandemic. That's been a big setback. The challenges, for example, the conflicts, the wars, the Russian invasion of Ukraine and other things remind us that SDG number 16 is peace, justice, and strong institutions. Again, the emphasis needs to be there. A lot of the conversation today has been about climate change. Climate change now is moving faster than even our best predictions of a few years ago. So it's becoming even more urgent and an imperative. to make progress on climate change as well as all of the other SDGs. And the economic issues of the last several years, partly caused by all these other factors, have also made it more challenging and more difficult. I've mentioned this about recent efforts elsewhere. The UN website is a great one for looking up a number of these things from the past. Like in 2020, each year, the Secretary General does a review of how we're making progress on the SDGs. The 2022 report is good. But I wanted to mention a report from the US National Academies that I co-chaired that came out in November called Operationalizing Sustainable Development. So what does the word operationalizing mean? It's just another way of saying take an action, trying to turn the rhetoric into action and progress. And we were looking at issues mainly, in part, our purpose was try to influence the US government to get more attention at the top of the American government on these issues, but also to recognize what we thought very positive things occurring, not only in the US, but around the world that demonstrate that progress can be made. Because of the shortness of time, I won't go through it. I brought one copy with me, which I'll leave in the library here. But what I like about it was by focusing on positive examples. We took examples from 6 different, 8 themes. One of them was education and capacity building, what universities have done in particular, what has been done in terms of teaching students through kindergarten through secondary schools through 12th grade, trying to help them understand what the implications of these issues are, how what the issues in their community are reflected in the rhetoric at the United Nations on the global level. But we also look at food systems, urbanization, cities. You know, a number of cities have actually done voluntary local reviews around the world, cities taking action, you know, in advance of their national governments. Science and peace, the decarbonization, again, as one of my colleagues mentioned, if I had to pick out a technology that I hope moves faster than any of the others and trying to be able to leapfrog over some of our diplomatic hurdles, it's really with clean energy technologies. So let me end by I said that I would highlight, make an amendment to the Brundtland's definition of sustainable development. Remember, she said that without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. What I think science and technology does, it actually, we want to meet the needs of the present while expanding the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. And I think what our community, the science community, can do, working with societies, working with governments, working with people, is to expand the ability of future generations, our children and our grandchildren. And our greatest legacy, besides avoiding wars, terrorism, conflicts, all the things that hold us back, and you've heard this today, building knowledge-based societies and accelerating the expansion of scientific knowledge and useful technologies that can truly benefit people in the planet. The very last thing I'll mention at the American Association for the Advancement of Science, where I'm editor-in-chief of a little online journal, so it's free. You can read it, but it really focuses on, it's called Science and Diplomacy. Not to be surprised by that, but it has articles. It's not an academic journal. It's a journal of examples of practitioners and scientists who work together on issues that we can call science diplomacy, and what we can learn from those experiences and lessons. So if any of you are interested, you're welcome to read it for free. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for an interesting presentation. Now, I think we should get the 5 or 10 minutes for question and discussion. May I request the speakers, please come here, please. Dr. Ashraf, Dr. Gina. Meshit? Okay. So we will take 3 to 4 questions, and then later on we take another 3 to 4 for next 5 or 10 minutes. Please state your name and to whom is the question. Open the floor. The floor is open, sorry. بليز. عايزين ميكروفون لو سمحتوا. يس.
I was curious, which kind of actions are taken for spreading the knowledge between the teachers, for example? Is this including some specific things into the teaching programs or
Right of what?
how does it work in the some example?
So what we have done is we have developed online resources, both in terms of lesson plans as well as the video lesson plans. All of these are developed in consultation with the climate change experts as well as subject experts, including the teachers themselves. So we organize physical workshops. We organize one in Cairo too. And we also, ask the very different educators in different parts of the world to organize their own workshop where we can provide the resources. Thank you.
Let me mention one thing in the United States that has helped to make a difference, at least in the issue of science informing government. Part of it comes through institutions that provide advice, like the U.S. National Academies, and you've heard of ones in Egypt that provide advice to government. But it also requires having a greater human capacity of expertise in science and technology in government. There was a fellowship program created not quite 50 years ago in the United States, which is for young scientists to go inside government for 2 years, get the working in all the agencies of the U.S. government, including the Foreign Ministry, the State Department, working also for the U.S. Congress. Now it's roughly 300 a year that do this. And many of them actually go back to do science, but a number of them stay and are part of government. Maybe if I turn talk loudly. Many of them stay in government. Now a lot of
Any more questions? Yes, please. تفضلي. مش سامعينك عايزين او قربي شويه.
So I also mentioned sometime in my talk. Yeah, maybe this is better. The one is, of course, the global warming, which is caused because of the carbon emission from across the globe. Some countries may be more, countries may be less. But if you look at from the current problem, what is aggravated because in addition to the global warming is local environment, the air pollution, for example, the carbon and the particle emission from all our vehicles is adding to the air pollution. Air pollution and global warming combination is affecting the health of our children and also affecting the precipitation. Now, the local biodiversity is also sort of getting affected because of our own, act like deforestation or air pollution combination of lack of pollinators gets added to the problem of, agriculture. So as you can see here, science and technology, research and innovation is important locally in every country, in every region to address this problem. Because even if you reduce the temperature by 0.5 degree centigrade by collective responsibility or developing the technology, it's not going to reverse the problem immediately. Also, the technology itself may not be applicable everywhere. In fact, today morning, when we had a discussion with the president of NRC in his office, it's also, for example, people are talking about solar panels. Let's say low-cost solar panels are developed in US because US puts in more money because it's one of the major, emitters causing the global warming. But that cannot be deployed very easily across the world. In this country, for example, because of the dust, perhaps solar panels are not that effective. Maybe someone mentioned that wind-based power generation is more efficient here. Some places they say that how do you reduce the use of the vehicular pollution? Can we do it through solar power? Perhaps no, because how do you use the batteries? The battery, itself is a pollutant, lithium batteries, or lithium itself may not be available. So we may have to go for another technology. Each region has to think of a good green technology for itself.
Doctor.
In fact, the details will be elaborated through you. But anyhow, let me take the
Thank you very much. We wish to end now the session. Thank you all the speakers. Thank you for coming. Thank you for your presence. Look, lunch is served upstairs. Okay, lunch is upstairs.
Hello, everybody. دكتور سلطان الفايل دكتور رشا شرف موجودة. دكتور رشا شرف. Okay, then we move to the next speaker. Professor Sultan Abu Arabi, well-known Jordanian scientist. Let me introduce Professor Abu Arabi. He got his PhD from Michigan University, USA, 1982. Then he joined chemistry department at Yarmouk University, also 1982. Then he became a full professor at chemistry department, 1995. As administrative positions, Professor Abu Arabi have many. He is the former Secretary General Association of Arab Universities. He is former president of Yarmouk University in Jordan. He is Secretary General Arab Union of Chemists. Also, he is former president of Jordanian Chemical Society. Also, former president of Tafila Technical University in Jordan. He is also former president of Irbid University, Irbid National University, private university in Jordan. And he have many administrative positions. He also awarded Alexander von Humboldt Fellowship, 1989. And he is also awarded Showman, Abdelhamid Showman, a prize for young scientists. And he have several other awards and fellowships. Professor Abu Arabi will talk about higher education and scientific research in the Arab world. Welcome, Professor Abu Arabi.
Shukran, Dr. Yassin. Thank you so much for the nice introduction. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. My dear colleagues and friends, I think we are here to meet for the Humboldt colloque. We usually meet in different countries. This is our second time in Egypt in the last 3 years. It is really a nice place to see all our friends, to meet new friends. My talk, I thought I will be talking about a different subject. I am a chemist, I am an organic chemist, but I prefer today to talk about higher education and scientific research. The reason because I was the president of the Association of Arab Universities from 2011 and until 2018. And during that time, I visited most of the Arab universities, and I have seen some of the problems and some of the obstacles that facing higher education in the Arab world. دكتور ياسين تعال ساعدنا. Yes. وين الزراعة؟ هي هون ولا وين؟ ولا هون؟ اوكي.
Yes.
As you can see easily from the map of the Arab countries, we are 22 countries, 10 in Africa and 12 in Asia. Really nowadays, when we are talking about education and higher education, and if we compare ourselves to the Western society, we feel we are behind. But actually, we were pioneer in education. Therefore, higher education and education in general goes back when Islam started in the Arab Peninsula at that time. And after Islamization in the Arab world, many schools at that time was called madrasa, and even until today, madrasa is known name for schools. Like a Zaytuna school or a Zaytuna University, which started 734 AD, just like 2 centuries after, or around 150 years after Islamization of the Arab world. Then Al-Qarawiyyin University in the city of Fas in Morocco, which established 859. Then Al-Azhar al-Sharif University started in Cairo in the year 970. And Al-Mustansiriya University in Baghdad in Iraq, and several universities like Al-Kufa and many universities in the Andalus area, Ornata and Cordoba, and many places that time. And during that time, a lot of European students, they used to come to the south and studied in our places, in our universities. This is kept going until almost the 13th, until the 14th century. And this is natural. You see civilization goes up and then will go down. Every civilization you see, if it is at the most, at the top of the hill, it will go down to the valley once in the future. And this is natural. This is the natural circle. Those universities in the Islamic world that time, they were the first universities in the world, even before the first European university, which is Bologna, which was established 1088. This is almost 300 years after Zaytuna or Al-Qarawiyyin universities. And most of the Islamic universities that time, they were funded by Al-Waqf al-Islami endowment. During that time, many universities and many schools and even established like hospitals, libraries, and one important school was Bayt al-Hikmah fi Baghdad, the house of wisdom established. And that time, not only religious studies, but even science like chemistry, geology, physics, mathematics, and even medicine were established. That's during this until the 16th century. After the European Revolution started in the 16th century, as I said, the European universities started going very fast, and they flourished during that time. And in the 18th century, many European missionaries followed by Americans were found in the Arab world. If we are talking about the American, for example, the first school or the first college is the American University of Beirut, which was established 1866. Then the French came to North Africa and they came to Lebanon. In Lebanon, they established Al-Qaddis University in Beirut in 1875. And some colleges were established in Tunisia, in Algeria, in Morocco during the French colonization to those countries. Therefore, neither globalization of higher education nor westernization is a new trend in the Middle East. In the modern history, when we are talking about higher education and education in the Arab countries, considered, as I mentioned earlier, recent. During that time, our students usually, they studied in small universities in the Arab region, like in Egypt, in Lebanon, and Iraq. But most of the Arab students, especially like I will say from Jordan, from the Gulf countries, they used to study in Turkey or Pakistan or India or Russia or Europe or USA. Until 1953, and this is not too far, this is almost like 60 years ago, we had only 14 public and private universities in the Arab world. Those are the universities. You can see in Egypt until 1953, we had 5 universities, Al-Azhar Sharif University, Cairo University, which was established in 1908, and that time it used to call the Egyptian University, and then the American University, which was established in 1919, then University of Alexandria, which used to be called Farouk University, and then Ain Shams University, which was established in 1950. You see in Iraq, in Syria, Algeria, Morocco, Tunisia, Sudan, we had like 1 university for every single country. In Lebanon, we had 3. The American University and St. Joseph University, Al-Qaddis Yusuf, and then the Lebanese University. During the last 25 years or 30 years, a lot of private universities were established in the Arab countries. And Jordan was a pioneer in this. Therefore, the first private university established in Jordan in 1990, Amman Al-Ahliya University, Amman Private University, then followed by several universities in Jordan, and then private universities were established in many of the Arab countries. Nowadays, we have more than 800 private universities in the Arab world, and this represents around 55% of the total number of Arab universities. The total number nowadays around 1,500 universities and community colleges in the Arab countries. Those Arab universities, especially the private ones now, they managed to have around 40% of the total enrollment. If you look at Lebanon, for example, we had 47 universities in Lebanon. We have only 1 public university. It is the Lebanese universities. The rest, 46 universities, they are either private or not public universities. The Arab universities expanded in 2003. Look, this is only 20 years back. We had 233 universities. In 2006, the number reached 286. Nowadays, I mentioned we have about 1,500 universities in the Arab world. We have around 16 million students and almost 500,000 staff members, academians, or faculty members in those universities. The number of the undergraduate students in the Arab world compose around 90% of the total students at those universities. Therefore, we have only 10% of them, they are graduate students. And this can have a bad impact on scientific research in the Arab world. The percentage of the female students is 55% and the male around 45%. And this is the average percentage in the Arab universities, but vary from one country to another. If we look at some of the Arab countries, we have really, like in some countries like Yemen or in Somalia, around 60% people who they don't know how to study or to read. Therefore, in the Arab world today, we are facing a lot of challenges when it comes to higher education and scientific research, the lack of clear focus on research priorities and the strategies, insufficient time and funding to meet research goals, low quality of infrastructure needed for research, and low awareness of the importance and impact of good scientific research, and the limited international collaboration, and of course, the brain drainage. I will concentrate on 3 items. The first one is the quality assurance. As I mentioned, during the last 30 years, we started having privatization in our universities. Therefore, as a result of globalization and accelerating expansion of private higher education, it is important to take several actions, like to establish national quality assurance frameworks and to develop current established ones in order to guarantee the quality of education and control its outcomes. Also to develop and enhance and review current internal quality management systems. To encourage establishing regional quality assurance network. And most of the Arab countries, they have their own quality assurance and accreditation authority nowadays. During the last 2 years, myself and around 22 scholars from 13 Arab countries, mostly they are ex-presidents or ex-ministers of higher education or education, we thought of having a new organization. And the reason, because there's a lot of need of good quality of teaching and research among the Arab universities. And those scholars, we have formed the Arab International Foundation for Education Development, and the headquarters of this organization is in Amman. Our mission is to help the higher education institutions in the Arab world and also in the world as a whole, to improve the culture of quality and excellence through providing the technical support and consultations. Our services include self-assessment, building of capacities, consultations, workshops, and conferences like this. The second important challenge is the scientific research. And I'm saying here, the poor scientific research in the Arab world. We have a lot of money. We have a lot of human resources in the Arab world. But we are not the best, and even we are not the modest when it comes to scientific research. We are doing very bad outcome in scientific research. How much money we are spending? We are spending a little, 0.2 to 0.6% of our national income from the GDP in most of the Arab countries. Whereas in the Western industrialized countries, they spend nowadays even more than 4%. The number of researchers per million inhabitants in the Arab world is around 500 researchers per million inhabitants. That's in the Arab world. Whereas this number could reach 5,000 or even more per million inhabitants in the Western side. If you can see this slide is really clearly put all the money spent for scientific research in the world. If you look at USA, we have more than $476 billion on scientific research. The second country is China. The third one is Japan. The fourth one is Germany. And look at this, you will see most of the Arab countries are behind. That's what comes to the expenditure of scientific research in the Arab world. In the Arab world, most of the money comes from the government. You will find the scientific research is coming from universities. Whereas in the Western side, in the Western countries, and also in Southeast Asia, coming from private sectors. Look at Samsung, for example, in South Korea. Look at big companies in Japan, or even nowadays in Malaysia. It comes from the private sectors. And in our countries in the Arab world, 90% of the total investment in scientific research coming from the government, especially from universities. This is an old slide that shows the expenditure for R&D in some countries between 2005 to 2012 as percentage of the GDP. For example, look at Israel, the number one when it comes to spend money for scientific research. Finland, Japan. For example, Finland, when they made Nokia 30 years ago, they used to make money from Nokia itself more than what Kuwait used to get from the oil. That shows how scientific research is important. It is important for the Western countries, but unfortunately, we are not taking advantage of this. Look at here some of the Arab countries. The numbers tell itself. Look at Oman, for example, 0.37, Iraq 0.04 from its GDP, Saudi Arabia 0.52. You might find in the second slide that United Arab Emirates is spending 1.45 on scientific research. But I tell you, this money, they say it goes for scientific research, but unfortunately, it goes for other things. Look at here some of the companies in the world. Amazon, for example, is a new company. $42 billion they spent. Google, Microsoft, Apple, Samsung. Samsung, for example, itself, they have researchers, around 50,000 researchers, more than the researchers in the whole Arab countries. Here are some top 10 American universities they spent in just last year, 2022. University of California, San Francisco, 1.7 billion. University of Michigan, 1.64 billion. I graduated from University of Michigan 40 years ago. University of Pennsylvania, look, University of Washington, University of Wisconsin, Stanford, Harvard, Duke University. They spend billions of dollars on scientific research. I tried to find data about the Arab universities, we couldn't find because they come through the budget for the university itself. Number of scientific and technical journal articles published, look, the whole world, around 2.5 million articles. The Arab world, 58.7. This is less than 2%. Whereas the Arab countries, the 22 countries, they have more than 6% of the total population of the world. Look at, we find Egypt has the highest, or Saudi Arabia, I think, one or the two. And the rest of the Arab countries, they have not much. Look at the patents in 50 different countries. You will not find even any of the Arab countries among those 50. The patent application filed in the Arab world 2 years ago, Egypt, 978, less than 1,000. Morocco, 250. Saudi Arabia is number one, around 1,300. Tunisia, 180, and so on. Those numbers too modest if we compare ourselves to the Western countries. We have so many challenges facing scientific research. As I said, low rates of expenditure on scientific research, low output of scientific research like publications and patent. Scientific research of graduates is rather traditional in most of the Arab countries. Lack of cooperation and coordination among universities in the Arab countries. Ignoring quality and innovation and promotion requirements at some universities. However, the requirements are based rather on spending a specific period of time and submitting a specific number of scientific research. Lack of scientific research activities. Low quality of education to the inflation of students' number. I was president of Yarmouk University of Jordan. The capacity of the university is around 15,000 students, but we have more than 45,000 students. Therefore, the capacity there, we have more students than we can control. Unemployment of research results in our economy. This is a problem. Lack of specialized centers for scientific research. Even if we have some scientific research, we didn't have the good infrastructure. Lack of universities' autonomy, governance, and institutional performance. And I said, weak quality of higher education outputs. The third challenge, I'm coming to the end, Dr. Yassin, it is very important aspect. It is the brain drainage in the Arab universities. I'll just give some numbers here. 31% of the total brain drainage from the developing countries coming from the Arab university, from the Arab countries. 50% of those are doctors and 32% are engineering. 15% of the Arab talents, usually they go to Europe or to North America. 34% of the physicians who are working in Great Britain, in UK, either Arabs or Muslims. 75% of the total scientific talent migration in Canada, USA, and Britain, they are Arabs or Muslims. 54% of the Arab students who are studying abroad in the Western countries, they don't have the desire to come back to their home countries. Why? Why our students, why our children, our sons and daughters, when they go abroad to the West, they don't have the desire to come home? There's so many reasons behind this. The important reason, the political instability. Look at Iraq or Syria during the last 10, 15 years ago. Where are the good scientists from Iraq? They are in America or in Europe or in New Zealand or Australia. The social injustice in most of the Arab countries, the absence of the good environment to conduct research. We are in Egypt. We are talking the late Professor Ahmed Zuwail, alayhi rahmah. I know him very well, and he was my friend. If he stayed in Egypt, would he be able to get the Nobel Prize in chemistry? Lack of research facilities and low quality of research standards. Lack of academic freedoms, and this is very important in our universities. Lack of work motivations and incentives. Low salaries in most of the Arab universities. There are some of the references for my talk. Some of it has been published in good journals. The first one published in a chapter in Arab higher education and scientific research, and some other articles. And thank you so much for your kind attention.
Professor Arabi, thanks for the nice presentation. And I think we have time for one or two questions. Any question, please? Any question? Yes, please.
I think the numbers what I have just mentioned is the answer. I am not really optimistic because we are in the 30 years, we are not going this way. Unfortunately, we are going like this. And our people, our academians, they know this. We are trying to help to do something, but this needs a good leadership in the Arab countries.
Any other question? Okay, if there is no questions, thank you so much, Professor Arabi. I have announcement. The invited participants by Friedrich Naumann Foundation, the meeting in 2 minutes in Hall B. And now I leave the floor for the next session. Thank you so much.
So I have the pleasure to moderate the current session together with Professor Shawqi Wahid. This is a good opportunity to discuss new and interesting topics belonging to biotechnology and biodiversity. Please, Doctor, if you want to say something.
Speaker, Dr. Ahmed Zuhair. Okay. Please.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for being around. We have heard a lot about diplomacy and science diplomacy and also history. Now it's time to hear about some interesting science. So I will start talking about some kind of interdisciplinary topic, which collects engineering, microbiology, biotechnology, material science, microfabrication. So basically, I will start with biodiversity. What is biodiversity? It is basically the diverse array of microorganisms that exist in an ecosystem. And this includes bacteria, fungi, yeast, archaea, so much organisms. And the number of their species is kind of billions, let's say. And since ever the human wanted to, so these biodiversity or these microorganisms exist almost everywhere on the planet, right? And in order to beat the climate change, we need to harvest or connect the microorganisms that we can collect from the nature into industry. We want to utilize the microorganisms to make better food, to make medicines, to make fuels and bioenergy, and also to make materials. However, this potential is not harnessed yet, or not even 1% harnessed. This is because so many limitations. I will here address 2 points. The first point is about isolation. So when we have organisms, or we know that we have organisms in nature, in an environment, and then we try to isolate these organisms to apply it in biotechnology, we harvest almost nothing. So basically, it is now the number that is known is 1% of organisms in nature is now identified. So we have 99% of organisms that not yet identified, right? The problem here, or the bottleneck specifically in the isolation methods, all the technology that we have nowadays, the standard technology cannot actually capture these microorganisms. So we need new technology. The other thing is that assume that you have an organism and wanted to apply it in biotechnology, right? But usually the environment in biotechnology is so harsh so that the microorganism cannot perform well. So we have to adapt the microorganism from its natural or to improve its natural capacity to make it adaptable to the harsh industrial condition. So either isolation and adaptation, these are 2 topics I will address today. And to expand the limitation of these 2 topics, we need to introduce new technology. And this technology that I will talk about is microfluidics. What are microfluidics? It is microstructure technology. So it is a discipline of engineering. So interface between engineering and material science, right? So it is manufacturing of miniaturized devices that contain chambers or features or channels which all control the flow, right? We will understand what does this mean now, but let's say that we will try now to understand why microfluidics are important for the life sciences specifically. This is because so many things here are 3 fundamental things. Number 1, the miniaturization. So in microfluidics, we use kind of micrograms instead of liters or milliliters that we use usually in the lab. So imagine that you use expensive kits or use expensive chemicals, or you use huge experiments. We miniaturize everything like on a small chip, like in a length of a fingerprint or something like this. So we have also the concept of integration. You usually in the lab, you do this experiment in an instrument, then you move to a next instrument, then to a third. Imagine that you can combine all of these instruments in a little chip, and then you can do sequential experiments in one setup. The third thing is enabling. So I think most of us or all of us are scientists. So imagine this scenario. When you go, for example, when you do some research and then you imagine an experiment or a theory or hypothesis, you want to prove it, but actually you can do nothing because you look in literature and you find no device that can perform the hypothesis or use as evidence for the hypothesis in your mind. So microfluidics allows you not to adapt your research to the present devices, but to make a device for your hypothesis. And that's what this means by enabling. So the relation between microfluidics and biodiversity, as I said, I will address it from these topics. Let's start with the isolation. So as I said, we have uncultivable microorganisms in nature, which count 99% of the organisms. Why? Why we can't isolate them? This is because so many factors. Let's say like these 4 factors are the most important ones. So microbes in nature live as communities. And in the lab, we try to isolate them as individuals, so they won't show up. Why they live as communities? Because also they share metabolites and chemicals between all of them, so they make kind of balance. If you take one organism and leave the rest will not grow. And also they live in nature in microenvironments, but we take it in the lab in a test tube in a flask. So this is not even mimicking or come closer to its natural habitat, so they won't show up. Also because they love to attach to surfaces and grow as biofilms, but we take them in liquids in the lab, so they won't show up. Because of all of these factors, if we address all of them, can we make them cultivable? If we can do so, the question is how? So the first answer is coming from our technology that we have developed called massive chip or macroporous elastomeric silicon foam chip. And this chip is, as you can see here, that's what I'm trying to mention. It is basically a device which contains a porous matrix. So this is a silicon material which is porous. It is made from a medical grade, bio-friendly or biocompatible substance or material, right? There is here a reservoir. I will tell now why it is there. And there is an opening to the environment. How it works? So basically, we inject the substrate or the media inside here, so it fills all the matrix, and then it comes out of this opening. Afterwards, we put it in the environment, or we bring an environmental sample and put it here on the opening, and then all the microorganisms feel home, because also we use specific media to grow them in, and then they find the microenvironment, they find their friends around, and they try to, or they actually move all as groups into the matrix, moving forward to the fresh medium. So they fill the whole matrix. After the experiment is done, 1 day, 3 days, or maybe a week, right? Then we get this material out, and then we do our downstream experiments, and then we isolate and analyze the metagenome there. So this is the demonstration using just an E. coli to show how it works. So this is the chip here. The opening is here already, and you can see all of these dots indicate the bacterial nuclei or the bacteria living in the microenvironment. When we magnify this a bit, you can see the microenvironment are filled with bacteria. Magnify even further, you can see the bacteria living and feel so happy on the surface. So this indicates that the chip works. Then we took it a step forward into the environment, and then we try to compare it to the industry standard device. It's called Mutag chip, right? So we put them in a biofilter, which is a natural habitat. We put the other material and we put our chip inside, and then left them for 30 days, and then collected them and tried to analyze with metagenomic analysis to see what's happening. We could find here actually larger biodiversity, but most importantly, we could find this red part of a group of bacteria. It's called Candida phyla radiation. And this counts, or this has already confirmed that this group contains almost all the what we call microbial dark matter, which is the microbes that we cannot cultivate in the lab. So our chip could successfully collect these group of bacteria. So we took it even further to say, okay, we don't want only to collect all microorganisms, but we want to capture a specific group of bacteria based on their function. So think about like, if you want, for example, to collect microbes that could degrade a specific pollutant or could do a specific function. In this case, we choose the herbicide substrate called glyphosate. This is a toxic substrate. And then we put a chip in the chemical waste water plant. So we assume that it contains the microbes that could also degrade chemical wastes. And then we left them for some days and then collected them. And we could find actually differences between the chip that contained no glyphosate versus the chip that contained glyphosate. This means that it could selectively capture bacteria, and with analyzing their genome, we could find actually some pathways which could degrade glyphosate. So this means that the chip is not only capturing bacterial biodiversity, but could also selectively capture specific groups, specific functional groups from the environment. So this was just a demonstration for the isolation. Let's talk also about adaptation. Assume that one of these bacteria is not performing well in industry, and when we want to adapt them to specific stress, so we use a technique usually called adaptive laboratory evolution. What's adaptive laboratory evolution? It is using several factors to adapt or several steps to adapt the microorganism when it is so susceptible to a specific stress, and our target to bring it to resistant capabilities to that specific stress. So it required serial dilution, which lasts from 2-3 weeks and can take up to months. And if a contamination event happened after 2 or 3 months, then I have to repeat it again. So it is so, or not so, it is extremely laborious step. We need also high rate of mutation and selection. And these two things already there, but actually the other things that we know from nature that they are essential for the quick adaptation, there is no device to bring them there. So it is the presence of microenvironments and chemical gradients. So now we say, how could we do better adaptive laboratory evolution? And the answer is with a system that we have developed called EvoS. So how is EvoS chip working? So it is basically making sequential spatial gradients from no stress to high stress. So basically it collects several steps. Instead of taking the culture from one step to another step, all of this happens in one system. Now I will show you a video of adapting E. coli to antibiotic resistance. And just to explain what's happening here, so here there is no stress, and here there is a moderate stress, and at the end there is so high stress. If you see bacteria growing at the very end here, this means bacteria have evolved. Attention, you will see evolution in action. So you can see that growth happened very good, and it is lagging here somehow. And after some time, you will see that bacteria could show up, meaning they have developed the mutation and they could successfully evolve. And this takes just like 3 days. So just one last slide. Here we could show that after 6 days, we could adapt to rifampicin antibiotic. We could also show that it is evolving against nalidixic acid. And we could identify two novel mutations which were not present in literature. So I hope I could show today how microfluidics could help in harvesting better biodiversity and could adapt microorganisms to industrial conditions. Thank you so much. Sorry. Questions?
The next, please. Dr. Hassan Sayed. Hassan? Dr. Hassan Sayed. And he will give a talk about immunogenicity and safety profiling for multi-epitope peptide-based vaccination against the SARS-CoV-2 infection.
Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Thanks for the introduction. And in the next 10 minutes, I'm going to show you the immunogenicity. We're going to move totally from biodiversity to biotechnology and vaccination. And what I'm going to show you is the results of our in-house in NRC peptide-based vaccination approach against the SARS-CoV-2 infection. In the next 10 minutes, my talk will be structured as follows. First, I'm going to give a very brief introduction about SARS-CoV vaccination. And then we go directly to the results of our vaccine before I end with our future perspective and anticipated gains. So, but how do vaccination work? Actually, if you want to have a vaccine that's completely prevent infection, this is called the sterilizing immunity. Generally, sterilizing immunity is conferred by antibodies that bind to whatever the pathogen is and prevent even initial infection from occurring. and this could achieved by antibodies. On the other hand, there is much more common kind of vaccines, and these vaccines actually prevent disease, but do not prevent infection via cytotoxic T cell or antibodies, and this is called non-neutralizing immunity. There is much more kind of approach that vaccinologists can use, like kelp virus, like the license for polio vaccination, for live attenuated virus, measles, rubella, mumps, for recombinant protein, hepatitis B virus, and recombinant protein like mRNA that have been licensed for SARS-CoV-2. So as you probably know, SARS-CoV-2 is a respiratory virus, meaning it targets only the lung. Nevertheless, it targets other organs because of ACE. ACE is located in several organs in the body. Despite the presence of numbers of emergency license vaccines, there is an urgent need for a compensated vaccination approach that would overcome the newly mutated isolates. Therefore, we established our rationale. So actually, as you know, as I mentioned in the beginning of my talk, that SARS-CoV-2 mainly targets the lung. So the virus go directly to the lung. We started the project by Ahmed and Sharif. They actually started to analyze all the spike proteins that have been identified by the database. And the aim was to define the most consistent sequence of all the spike protein. We started with 20,000 isolate sequence and moved to all the mutated strains ending by December last year, coming across alpha, beta, delta, and omicron. By that, they were able to define the most consistent sequence and thereby defining the most dominant B cell epitope, CD4 and CD8, as well as we defined Promoscus CD4 from the licensed vaccine. And all these were delivered by nanoparticle, which was lactoferrin. To make the long story short, Dr. Shireen Khattab, professor of peptide chemistry in Alexandria University, and Dr. Mona Agua started to couple or conjugate various peptides from the B cell, CD4 and CD8 on the lactoferrin via a chemical reaction. Thereby, we could actually add much more peptide, as you can see, into the lactoferrin nanoparticle. After confirmation of the conjugation, we then went in vivo to see the immunogenicity and safety of our candidate vaccine. And the first question we asked whether this epitope would actually induce immune response corresponding to the natural infection. And thereby we established a collaboration with the General Authority for Hospitals and Institute in the Ministry of Health with Professor Muhammad Mustafa and Dr. Muhammad Sheikh, that we have samples from all hospitals under the umbrella of GOTHI, like Ahmed Mahir, Al Gumhuriya, Al Matariya, and more than 8 hospitals. All patients we have actually were confirmed by VCR, by CT scan, and all other laboratory, and those guys were actually under the ICU unit. We have all data from these patients. Like you see here, see some data for CT chest and for NL ratio and CRP. To answer that question, I initiated in the last slide, actually, Dr. Rehab and Dr. Reem established an in-house ELISA assay to define if we could actually, using our candidate peptide, can we define protective immunoglobulin in the serum of Egyptian patients from ICU. By that, we would like to define the most dominated epitope that could actually induce immune response to the natural infection. Interestingly, we tested more than 25 panel of peptide. As you can nicely see here, we were able to detect circulating immunoglobulin corresponding to B3, B4, and B13 and B14. These in the first 2 waves. And in the second graph, you can nicely see data from patient actually last November 2022, meaning that this epitope can indeed induce protective antibody in the serum. And these antibodies were a key player that those patients were able to overcome SARS-CoV-2 infection in the hospital. To make the long story short, all these peptides,
of interest were conjugated to the lactoferrin, as I mentioned before. And then mice were received 2 immunization, either with our Bicovac, what we named, the commercial name Bicovac, or saline, BBS as a control. Mice were bleeded before immunization, after first dose, and 2 weeks after the second dose. Mice also were sacrificed for safety profiling, either any changes in the organ like the lung, the spleen. What you can nicely see here, that our peptide vaccine were actually able to induce anti-spike antibodies corresponding to one of our antigens, which was B3. And it was statistically significant for also B5, we were able to induce antibody response to both antigens of our vaccine. Then we were interested to see if these actually antibody of any relevant functionality. So antibodies recruit several effector function mechanisms besides neutralization. What you can see here, this is the interaction between antigen and antibody, and it's like the key and lock interaction. And you have 2 scenarios. We have used a strong ketotropic agent, which was potassium thiocyanate or sodium thiocyanate. And you have 2 scenarios. The first scenario is that the association is very strong. So the binding is okay, and you have a strong antibody. The second scenario is that the binding is weak, and then the interaction can be dislocated, meaning that you have antibody of weak activity. What we rehab did actually in house ELISA, that our immune sera of the immunized mice by Bicovac were nicely induced statistically significant avidity in disease as compared to the animals immunized with BBS. The same picture was observed also for another antigen B5 of our vaccine. Interestingly, when we compared the avidity in disease in natural infection induced in our patient that we had samples from the hospital with vaccinees, people who got Sinopharm vaccine, AstraZeneca or mRNA, interestingly, as you can see here, that the avidity in disease induced by natural infection was much better than that induced by the emergency response vaccine, AstraZeneca or mRNA vaccine. The nice thing that these avidity in disease ratio were close to that we're able to induce in animals in vivo. Then we were interested to see the immunogenicity in regard of the T-cellular response. Therefore, we immunized animals with bulbous mice with a single dose of vaccine, and 2 weeks later, all animals were sacrificed, and we performed ELISpot and cytokine ELISA. Interestingly, our vaccine were able to induce via various immunization route, intranasal, subcutaneous, as compared to that Sinopharm. The nice thing that we were able to induce much more response better than that induced by the Sinopharm vaccination, as you can nicely see in these figures. To explore if our vaccine is of perfect status in regarding to the general laboratory or the status of liver kidney, nicely, Iman and WM explored the complete blood picture, liver and kidney function. There was no any changes in immunized and non-immunized animals. Then we were curious if these changes might affect histopathologically on the lung, on the spleen. Therefore, Professor Mais Hanafi in the Animal Health Institute performed the histopathological examination. Interestingly, there is no obvious change, neither 2 weeks nor 2 months after vaccination of either mice or rat, as you can nicely see. By that, we have now in our hand a new approach, which totally different than the licensed or mentioned licensed vaccine. It's based on the peptide, and we are now have our data that hopefully we could go further and go to clinical trial. By that, I would like to thank our working group, the Academy of Scientific Research, and the National Research Center for the support to finish this grant. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Hassan Said, for your wonderful presentation. Thank you. Please.
Dr. Denis from Poland. Yeah, please.
Okay. Thank you so much. My name is Milan Gieniec. I am PhD student yet, but thank you for doctor. PhD student in Władysław Schaffer Institute of Botany, Polish Academy of Sciences in Kraków, Poland. And today I would like to focus on question: can diurnal oscillation of internal carbon dioxide concentration modify daily course of ethylene biosynthesis in C3-CAM plants? Firstly, I would like to express that ethylene is very important gaseous simple hormone of plants, which is involved in regulation of many processes in plants, like, for example, fruits ripening, seeds germination, sex of plant determination, response for abiotic and biotic stresses, and many, many others. Today, we know well the ethylene biosynthesis pathway in plants. We know that in this pathway, two main enzymes are involved, like ACS synthase and ACC oxidase. And in this pathway, methionine is converted by ACC byproduct to ethylene. But our knowledge about regulation of this process and factors which influence of level of this biosynthesis pathway still remains unclear. So in our research, we decided to check how and if, firstly if and later how, carbon dioxide can, internal carbon dioxide can regulate ethylene biosynthesis pathway, ethylene biosynthesis level in plants. We know that plants can realize different types of photosynthesis. The most common type of photosynthesis is C3 photosynthesis type, in which carbon dioxide from air is absorbed by plants by open stomata. Stomata are small pores in cell wall, which enable, for example, carbon dioxide absorption by plants, and also are involved in transpiration of plants. And stomata are open during the day, but another situation we can observe in CAM type of photosynthesis, when stomata are open during the night in order to saving water during the day when these stomata are closed, because CAM is typical type of photosynthesis for plants in dry and hot environments. And on this slide, I would like to show you only the net carbon dioxide uptake differences during the day and during the night. We can observe that stomata are closed and during the day, what I mentioned before. So this net is smaller, is decreased. So in our research, we decided to use Mesembryanthemum crystallinum plants. It's unique plants because these plants originate from South Africa, possess ability to shift type of photosynthesis from C3 to CAM. We can also induce this change by, for example, irrigation by for 14 days of, for example, sodium chloride, and induce CAM mode to our analysis. So we have one plant from one seed of seeds, which we can use to observe parallel CAM and C3 mode and reaction in these plants. So our research goal was determination of circadian rhythm of genes expression, ACO and ACS, in ethylene biosynthesis pathway, and ACC biosynthesis in these plants. On this slide, I would like to show you our methodology. I won't go into details in that, but I would like only express that we obtained plants under controlled conditions of temperature and light. And we used in our research also next generation sequencing to find genes and changes in genes expression in C3 and CAM plants. And move to our results. Firstly, we conducted photochemical analysis in time from 10 to 3 p.m. time, when stomata are closed in CAM plants but open in C3 plants. And on this first graph, we can see that the stomatal conductance, it's a measure, in easy words, it's a measure of opening degree of stomata. We can observe that stomata were open in C3 plants but closed in CAM plants. Due to this, carbon dioxide assimilation was definitely higher in C3 plants, and also transpiration level was statistically significant in C3 plants. As I said, we decided also to assess ACC and ACS and ACO gene expression level estimated. And our results showed that the peak of expression of ACS6, a gene of protein involved in FLN biosynthesis pathway, is after 12 hours from start point. But we don't observe the changes in CAM plants. Another situation was observed in ACS10 gene of protein, which not involved in FLN biosynthesis pathway in plants. And next, we also estimated expression level of ACO enzyme. And also we observed peak in C3 plants, but after 18 hours from start point. So 6 hours later than in case of ACS gene, like I showed before. And move to bioinformatic analysis, we found that over 3,000 genes in CAM plants were down or upregulated in CAM plants in comparison to C3 plants. And from this over 3,000 genes, about 60% were down-regulated in plants of the CAM group in comparison to C3 group. And we also found that some of these genes up or down-regulated are involved in regulation of FLN biosynthesis pathways. To sum up, we observed that the differences in profile of ACO and ACS gene expression in CAM and C3 plants. And in our next stages of our research, we want to estimate FLN level and also ACC level, and to get the results of FLN biosynthesis. Finally, I would like to say thank you to my supervisor, Professor Zbigniew Michalski. If you want to know more about carbon dioxide evolution of Earth and responses of plants to different stresses, please come to his lecture tomorrow. I would like also say to thank you organizers and partners, especially for Professor Mohamed Al-Nafi for his effort to organize this event. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, just a question after. Yes, just after we finish, we will open the question section. Please. Now, the presentation or the topic will given by Dr. Zainab Abdel Khalid. Good luck.
Oh, I know. I know. Where is that? Hello, everyone. My name is Zainab Abdel Khaliq Chair. I am a researcher at the Pharmaceutical and Drug Industry Research Institute, National Research Center. I am a PhD of biochemistry. I hope to be a nice guest. My talk today will be about the repurposing of ginkgo biloba, a food supplement, and vitamin D, C, E, and C, and their synergistic effect against Alzheimer's disease in rats. First, the outline will be about Alzheimer's disease, an overview. What is drug repurposing? What is the benefit of ginkgo biloba? Second will be my aim and framework. Third, study outcome, and finally the highlights. What is drug repurposing? Drug repurposing or drug repositioning or therapeutic switching is a method is used to identify novel therapeutic agents from the existing FDA approved, clinically approved drug that is used for the treatment of existing diseases. And the main examples of this, aspirin and sildenafil. Aspirin was originally postulated for the treatment of headache and pain, and now it is used for the treatment after 1996, was used for the treatment of circulatory.
كملي.
After that, it is used for the treatment of circulatory blood diseases. Then sildenafil was originally used for the treatment of hypertension in female, and it was used for the treatment of erectile dysfunction. What is the benefit of drug repurposing and why we go for drug repurposing? First of all, after the pandemic of COVID-19, the drug discovery process has to come to a little pause. So we have to think of a new method or a new strategy to develop our drug developing process. So that this drug repurposing has an advantage over the traditional drug discovery process by reducing duration of drug development, low cost, high efficient, and minimizing a risk of failure. Alzheimer's disease. What we know about Alzheimer. Alzheimer is a neurodegenerative disease occurred due to loss of neuron functions or due to neuron impairment in the brain, mainly in the cortex of the brain. Alzheimer's disease affects people, affects individual, affects family, affects society, not personally and even financially. Alzheimer's disease go through different stages. It is believed that the hippocampus inside the brain is the main or the most essential part of the brain that is responsible for memory tasks that require the development of configural association. What are the phases of the Alzheimer's disease? There are 3 phases of Alzheimer's disease. First phase is the failure of memory, concentration, and attention, then mood swings and sadness or anxiety. Second is the failure to execute simple movement, inappropriate behavior, insomnia, and restlessness. The final phase or the most dangerous phase of the disease is the complete loss of memory and judgment, loss of sphincter control and immobility, and finally patient become bedridden and complete their life till they die from infections and pneumonia. Interesting numbers about Alzheimer, about 200,000 million Americans under the age of 65 suffering of the disease, 5 million people living with the disease, 131 million people are expected to suffer from the disease by the year of 2050, and 6% of the people aging 65 years are already affected. Another interesting fact are women are more likely to develop AD than men. What is the main causes of the Alzheimer's disease? It is believed that there are two main reasons of behind the etiology of or pathophysiology of AD disease. First is the formation of amyloid plaque. Second is the neurofibrillary tangles. When you look at this photo of brain inside a TS of the brain, the photo on the left is the normal brain, normal structure, normal cortex, normal gyri, normal saculi, and the one on the right showing an AD brain. The AD brain characterized by shrinkage. The brain becomes shrinkage, and the gyri or the cortex of the brain become narrower, and the gyri or the grooves between the brain sections become larger. Even the ventricle or the fluid filled with gaps filled with the fluid inside the brain become more larger. This means that the brain size or the hippocampus size become more smaller or shrink. Sadly, there is no exact cure for AD till now, but most the treatment strategies that is used are based on the improvement of patient's life and daily routine. What are the main risk factors? There are many main risk factors of Alzheimer, mainly age, diabetes, smoking, family history, gender, and heart disease. This poem was written by a girl whose father was affected by Alzheimer, and she was very sad about the kid, about the state or the situation her father got through. So when she wrote him this poem to express how sad she feels, she said to him, "Stay, I am watching you fade away, stay. I am watching you forget, don't go yet. I am watching you go within, the lights go dim. Don't give in, I am watching you fade away, please stay." The girl was named Lynn. To summarize again, the disease has to be identified by memory loss, loss of concentration, and attention. The third part of my presentation is about ginkgo biloba. The ginkgo biloba is an old plant, dates to 2,000 years ago and was used for its many biological and natural importance. Ginkgo biloba contains many natural compounds, flavonoids, glycosides, terpenes, isoterpenes, isoflavonoids. The dried part of this plant was used for the treatment of some diseases mainly related to circulation. Because of these values of the ginkgo biloba plant, the active, its content of the active compound, it was investigated for the treatment of conjunctive impairment and dementia. According to Alzheimer Association and John Pike, the president and chief executive officer of Alzheimer Association, we are not going to cure Alzheimer, but by slowing progression of the disease when taken in the early stages of Alzheimer, individuals will have more time to participate in daily life and live independently. And this is the ultimate goal. The research question of our presentation was to evaluate the effect of ginkgo biloba along with vitamin C, E, and D on aluminum chloride-induced neurotoxicity in rats. Experimental model, rats. Do I? Okay. Okay, this is the experimental model. After the intoxication of rats with aluminum chloride, the rat was divided into groups. Each group received ginkgo biloba plant and vitamin C and E and D, and then histopathological examination and biochemical analysis. The histopathological, the Y-maze test was used to evaluate the cognitive function of the rat, and it's found that the combination of ginkgo biloba and vitamin C improve the cognitive function and learning ability of the mice, of the rat, sorry. For the acetylcholinesterase activity in both brain and serum of the rats, both ginkgo biloba alone and ginkgo biloba in combination with vitamin C modulate the acetylcholinesterase activity in the brain, which give a chance for the acetylcholine neurotransmitter to be higher and complete the neuronal signal. As for the MDA neurotransmitters, dopamine, serotonin, and norepinephrine, they were highly modulated and returned to normal values inside the brain. This is the histopathological, this is a control group, and this is the affected groups. Conclusion: in sight of the aforementioned finding, ginkgo biloba and vitamin C combined treatment of aluminum chloride induced neurotoxicity in rats represent a new therapeutic strategy for neurodegenerative disorders, especially AD. The current study suggests that ginkgo biloba and vitamin C combination might utilize two mechanistic targets for the induction of AP aggregation in reduction of AP aggregation in hippocampus and neurotransmission impairment and behavioral deficit, and increase exploratory activities and declined recognitive memory in aluminum chloride induced AD rat model through first inhibiting acetylcholine esterase activity, result in increased acetylcholine neurotransmitter level, modulation of cholinergic and monoamine neurotransmission. Also, antioxidant properties of both ginkgo biloba and vitamin C might play a role in that modulation. Finally, I would like to express my thanks and deepest gratitude to Dr. Salwa Al-Halouti for giving me this opportunity. Dr. Salwa is a professor of therapeutic biochemistry, National Research Center. Thank you, Dr. Salwa. Second, I would like to thank Professor Dr. Mo'min Hanfi, Professor of Plant Biotechnology and Chairman of the conference for this opportunity, and all the thanks and gratitude to the International Union of Biological Science for their generous funding of this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions?
Thank you. The next speaker is Muhammad Ali from Desert Research Center. He will talk about terpenes and terpenoids as a main bioactive compounds in plants, their role in growth, development, rhizobia infection, and defense against herbivorous infect. Okay.
Dear moderator, thank you for this introduction. Title of my presentation today about terpenes and terpenoids as a main bioactive component in plant, the roles in plant growth development, rhizobia interaction, and defense against herbivorous insects. Let us start with a brief introduction about terpene. Terpene and terpenoid are considered from the largest group of natural products and the classes of secondary metabolism with more than 30,000 different structures. And the name of this different structure coming from terpenes tree, Benzica terpensa. Terpenes have different types, such as monoterpenes, sesquiterpenes, diterpenes, sister, triterpenes, tetraterpenes. This is consist about different type of different unit of isoprene unit. My literature have three parts. The first part about the role of terpenes and terpenoid in plant growth and development. And before I start in this part, it is very important to show you the main two pathways that I used in all my work. This is depending about my work. The first one about terpenes backbone. As you see here, all the kind of terpene coming from Malvi and non-Malvi pathway. This is coming from glycolysis pathway. I think most of you at least read one paper about the plant hormones and its roles in plant and the plant growth. But maybe few of you just know this is most of this is hormones coming from terpene and terpenoid pathway. As you can see here, most of terpenes and most of hormones, plant hormones, coming from terpene pathway, especially Malvi and non-Malvi pathway, such as cytokinin, abscisic acid, gibberellin, zeaxanthin, barcinosteroid, and steroid. Based on this information, and this is the two previous pathway, I started to discover and search about these terpene genes in different plants. The first one, Salvia officinalis, the common name is garden saja. This is found and grow in North Sinai in Egypt. We start in this plant to make the first transcriptomic data analysis, and we on the same time we get about information about GCMS complete profile about different type of terpenes and different kind of terpenes that found in tree tissue about young leaf, old leaf, and stem. After that, we start to characterization 5 genes from this is the plants that already select. This is genes related already about different kind of terpene like nimisol, sinol, and saponin, and linol, and the TBS sicence. This represent about geranol diphosphate. And we try to transfer this gene to Nicotina tobacum as a model plant, and we surprise from the result that we get. We found this is genes from terpenes already enhance the plant growth and also the leaf size and the leaf area compared with wild type. And at the metabolic level, we start to analyze this transgenic plant, and we found this transgenic plant have different type and amount of from terpenes comparing with the wild type of nicotine that have a high level of nicotine more than 80%. But while on the other hand, we found the transgenic plant have a low level from nicotine, maybe from 1.5% to maximum 2.5%. And after we do about data mining about this to search about the reason behind that, we found this is a combination between these two pathways about terpene pathway and the nicotine pathway, as you see here, the red line and the purple lines. And this is the competition about the two substrate, about pyruvate and acetyl-CoA. The terpene pathway uses this substrate as a main substrate for malva and malva pathway. At the same time, the nicotine pathway uses the same. So when we transfer this gene from Salvia officinalis to tobacco, this is a competition and uptake more than unit from pyruvate and acetyl-CoA. So this is the reason behind why we get low level from nicotine in transgenic plant. The other example about we also start to search about other Salvia species we call Salvia quadratica. This is a common name about Blue Anastasia. This is native to Wuhan Botanical Garden in China. And this is a plant already make completely GCMS profile. We already select about 6 tissue, different 6 tissue, old leaf, young leaf, stem, flower, bud flower, and root. And we start characterization 3 genes that is related about terpene. Here also we found the terpene gene enhance about plant growth and also the enhance about leaf size and leaf area, and then enhance the plant to start to flowering earlier compared with wild type. As you see here, this is metabolic, and also we get more kind of terpenes and different amount of terpene. Before we selected this plant from Salvia quadratica, we started to do bioinformatic analysis and used BAR database to predict the behavior about these genes before we transfer to Arabidopsis. And as we see here, this is gene highly expressed in flowering, the different flowering stage and the apical meristeme that we have when we transfer this gene to Arabidopsis. So we predict the behavior about these genes before we transfer to the Arabidopsis. So we are lucky our mutative result is matching with our final result. In part two, we under the title about the role of terpene and terpenoid in plant rhizobia interaction. In this study, we already test about the astragalactones and its roles in promoting rhizobia interaction and increasing the yield in soybean. We have 2 studies. This is the first study to knock out about these genes, and we using in vitro hairy root infection. This is transgenic hairy root in vitro. And after we get about some slides about the root, we found this is knock out about this is max1 and the max2. This is reveal or represent about astragalactones. This is no hairy root or a few hairy root. Hairy root is defined as a substrate for nidulation uptake. Okay, compared with gas. As you see here, gas have so many hairy root, but on the other side, the knockout about these genes we get less or smooth root without hairy root. As you see here, after we try to inoculate it with nidulation bacteria, we get small number of nodules and the small size of nodule compared with gas. The other studies by our team in China also started to reverse this study by overexpression. We need to study the effect of overexpression of the genes on mediation. We use also the same techniques about in vitro hairy root, okay, and we get more hairy root, okay, and if you when we see the figure number D, we see here so many hairy root. So this is induced, and this is already product so many nodules. Based on this previous information, we started to test something is new. Okay, we started to study the effect about different kind of turbine genes that we already select and we already characterization from this is previous to Sylvia officinalis and Sylvia guantatica, and study the effect of this gene on nodulation and the morphological modification about the root. As you see here, this is the first study. This is the second study. As you see here, this is effect about this is different type of gene, different gene that already selected from soybean and the Sylvia guantatica and the Sylvia officinalis. And this is the, as you see here, the effect about or the effect of overexpression of these genes on root and the short phenotypics after 25 days on glycemic max compared with this regas. Here also we test this is we have this is hairy root, and we also started to inoculate by rhizobacteria, and after 10 days we get this as result. We get more than more nodules number and the big nodules in size, and also this is nodules started to the maturity started to go maturity stage earlier than the nodule in the gas. And this is different genes, this effect, and this is effect after 20 days from inoculation. We found this is because the nodule become larger, and some of this gene enhances the nodules maturation processing compared with gas. Oh, okay, sorry. Okay. The third part about the role of turbine and plant defense response against herbicides and pathogenic. Here in this study, we already cloned this gene from Sylvia guantatica and start to the effect of these genes by transfer to Nicotinobacterium, and we will start. We feed this is transgenic leaf under control by cotton leaf worm, and we found this is our gene overexpression and elevate the damage that is by this is leaf worm after different times. As the last study, we already used the mid-transcriptome analysis for wild strawberry in China and they compare with cultivated, and to study the effect about terpenes on the reduction of terpenes. And this is analysis give us what is the reason, explain the reason behind why wild type strawberry more resistant to fungus compared with cultivated. Okay, and we take sample at different time, metabolic and also transcriptome. And this is, as you see here, this is various about metabolic and transcriptomic data. Okay, thank you. Okay.
And the next presenter, the researcher or Dr. Mohammed Sulaiman. And Dr. Mohammed Sulaiman.
Here.
So the next presenter, the researcher Noura Bakr, Dr. Noura Bakr, and she will present a topic under a title Carbon Sequestration to Improve Soil Health and Combat Climate Change Effects.
مش هتخش معي
Good afternoon. My name is Noura Bakr. I am an associate professor at National Research Center. My talk today is titled as Carbon Sequestration to Improve Soil Health and Combat the Climate Change Effect. I know it's a way, the topic is a way that we have today. The biotechnology and biodiversity, but I will take you another journey about soil. For today, for this talk outline, I will introduce a brief introduction about the topic, and then I will discuss the relation between carbon and soil health, and then I will introduce two case studies related to this topic, and I will wrap up my presentation with taking home messages. With the introduction, I will start with the statement of the United Nations Secretary just a few weeks before the COP27, when we said we need the commitments to reduce the carbon emission by 45%, cut the carbon emission by 45% by 2030, and reach to the zero emission by 2050. So what is needed is to cut emission by 45% to not live in heaven. This is the fluctuations that happen on the ground. Because the projected is increased by 2030 by 11%. Also in October 2022, the WHO declared the greenhouse gases response for the warming our planet, methane, carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide is reached to the highest values the level of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is increased in 2020 compared to the last average of the last decade, and 2022 is continuing increased also. This is a global carbon stock in the earth. This stock is 3 carbon bonds, atmosphere, soil, and ocean. And my talk today is about the soil. So the soil carbon stock is higher than the carbon stock in vegetation and atmosphere together. So why we need to sequester carbon? To reduce the concentration of carbon in the atmosphere, to improve the carbon content of soil, which enhance the soil structure and can also restore the degraded soil and will affect the crop yield and increase it. When we study soil health is a new topic, but it's also like a hot topic in soil. Soil health is a key to unlock the soil secret. And this Institute is a USA organization that responds and deal with the soil health topic in the US and outside. They project last 3 years, it funded by $6.5 million US to find the parameters that needed to assess the soil health. And after the hard work, they conclude and recommend only 3 parameters as a minimum parameters to assess the soil health. And the carbon was associated with 2 of these 3 parameters. The first one is soil carbon, and is carbon mineralization besides aggregate stability. So carbon is very, very important for the soil and the soil health. And these 2 studies that I will introduce now is coming from the output from the project that funded by the STD between and 2021. The first study has the cover change and their effect on the soil carbon pool and carbon sequestration. And this is a maximum delta in the area and surrounded area around it. We study the changes that happen in this area for the last 50 years between 1972 and 2021. And as you see from these maps, there is a massive exchange in this area. We collect soil samples for the 3 years in 2 seasons, winter season and summer season. And we use this calculation to calculate the soil carbon sequestration, this is soil organic carbon and the density of the soil and the depth of the soil. And we finally give this numbers for each element how much carbon can be stored or can be stored in the soil. And our conclusion says that the cultivated land can store more than 8,000 grams of carbon per square meter. Another study done in the same area, we collected the soil samples from irrigation and drainage to calculate the discovered organic carbon in these samples. We use the methodologies, the standard methodology of EBA methods, and based on the using of the UV spectrum at the 254 nanometer absorbers, we can determine the dissolved organic carbon, and our final result indicates that during the winter season, the dissolved organic carbon content was compared to the summer season, and the amount for dissolved organic carbon in the greenish color was higher compared to the irrigation color. And as a token message, we can see that management affect a lot of carbon stock, and poor management can damage the carbon and increase emission, whereas sustainable management can restore the soil, can keep the soil healthy and more resilient for climate change. Thanks for your attention, and happy to answer the question.
First of all, thank you for all presenters for their nice and interesting talk. And now we can open the discussion just for 10 minutes or 15 minutes for maximum. And the presenter, please come to respond to the questions. So, the first question. Please.
Thank you,
Yes, I'm for sure that it's not direct only carbon dioxide, and also with another factors can regulate, and of course, in my opinion, regulate the fluctuations of this effluent biosynthesis. We also want to check another other factors in our research, but today I will focus only on this carbon concentration. For example, redox status of plastoquinone in photosynthetic apparatus, and I think many others. Also, interactions with other hormones of plants, and yes.
Please, next question. Okay.
that the content of carbon in the desert, Somali, maybe in the sand from the is exponentially high. There are something about it.
The areas that I study, it's not a desert. It's not a desert. It's Nile Delta. Yeah. No, actually, no. I work in some desert area and new reclaimed area. The soil organic carbon is very low. It's very low. It's from like it's from like 0 to 0.3 or 0.4. Not more than that. It's very low. But in Nile Delta, we have some organic carbon stored because it's old land. It's old cultivated land. Thank you. I don't know.
Okay, next question, please.
So for the point of nanoparticles, the rationale was that we would like to reach each where the virus can attack. And at the beginning of the epidemic, there was a lot of fear that the virus target the brain, target the heart, target the stomach, and actually this was approved. So the rationale was how can we reach each organ? And that's why we concerned on lactoferrin. This is the data what I showed, but we use other nanoparticles. But the merits by using lactoferrin, so it's actually and still in the use of the protocol of the corona virus infection in the hospital, and it's degradable. It's also had some immunostimulator, antiviral and antibacterial activity. That's why we focused on this point exactly. For the toxicity, there was no any observed. It's already where was in use in hospitals. You can go to the pharmacy, you can have lactoferrin, and nevertheless, we've already performed histopathological examination, not only in mice but also in rat, not only for a short time but also for a long time. So we did it 2 weeks after immunization, even 2 months, even 6 months. But I didn't show you the data. But we didn't observe any histopathological changes, neither in the lung, in the brain, in the heart, in the kidney, in the spleen, in the stomach, in ovary, in this. There was even minor histopathological changes.
So just one question, please. One question, please. Oh, okay.
She has another question.
She,
Another question.
okay, but please just quick because.
Thanks for that question. Actually, they are all designed by me. So it started from blueprints, pencil and paper, just thinking so much overnight and day until I reached the blueprint, started to troubleshoot what are the design problems, confirmed the design, then went to the manufacturing and the proof of principle. So it's all from our
and you already studied it different specific like current technology and then this you will find with it like specific size for what you would like to inject or what you would like to get. And this with this current is studied it and it's and it can be solved the specific flow after my people problem, do you think that if I have like idea or whatever, if it's easy to study this microchips?
Absolutely easy. I'm a microbiologist by training and could learn engineering and design and establish and manufacture also these chips. So the good thing, or what just said, when you go to a company, they already establish some standard systems. So you buy and adapt to your work. But the beauty of you do your own work is just to learn the principles of design and then think freely, absolutely freely. And then you design your novel structure. So this is the beauty of it. And this is why I learned engineering to implement it in my biology.
Okay. Please.
So I described two systems. You mean the first system or the second one, or in general? So in general, microfluidics, I use it because of their portable size and capability that they enable me, not actually because of the micro, right? So the microorganism itself, it doesn't matter. So what I have showed today is a diversity of organisms. Some of them are big, like algae, and some of them are so small. We could also isolate phages and viruses. So it could actually grow anything of the microbes. But the size is not the matter, but in my case, it is the enability, enabling something that doesn't exist in science. So I could establish experiments based on my just thinking.
If you want to make metagenomics.
We did already metagenomics. We did the metagenomics on the, so we did the biodiversity harvesting or the enrichment on the chip. And our aim from the beginning of the design was to make it with a material which we could implement in metagenomic analysis. So the material itself is compatible with the process of metagenomic analysis. So the whole process was streamlined and so straightforward. We had no problem at all with metagenomic analysis. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, the last question.
Can you repeat the first question?
So I'm wondering, you just you didn't show any data of the other ones. So I'm wondering whether you have much more complex pattern.
Yes, we looked for this gene because in Arabidopsis, this gene is involved to directly to biosynthesis pathway of ethylene. And also because we had no sequences from our Mesembryanthemum crystallinum. So it's for sure we have a lot of troubles with this gene because it's, as you said, a big multi-gene family. So that's as it said, it is in Arabidopsis, this gene is responsible for, and also its expression is revealed in leaves of Arabidopsis because we had material from leaves of Mesembryanthemum crystallinum. And second, I'm sorry.
If you are looking for diurnal changes during the day, 24-hour state, one wonders whether you already speculate or hypothesize on functions in this context.
I'm not sure that I understand your question.
Function ethylene during the day leaves.
Mhm.
So, please. Thank you. Thank you. Consideration